Hello again, everyone, and live from Louisville, Kentucky, and the greater wilds of New Jersey, it's CNN, the Cornette News Network. News, weather, and sports from your experienced team. When news breaks, we'll fix it. And folks, from the Wednesday Night Wars to the life of Andre the Giant, from early voting underway to dwarves being forced to suck rubber schlongs, we've got it covered for you today. And joining me at the broadcast desk, my co-anchor, Hawaiian Brian, the podcasting lion, the king of the Arcadian Vanguard Podcast Network, Mr. Co-Anchor to you. He is the winner of the Ron Burgundy Teleprompter Reading Award 3 years running, your friend and mine, the great Brian Last.
Aloha, Jim. A pleasure to be here once again. This is certainly a step up from Gordon Soley's Wrestling News Network.
Well, you know, we have to keep up with the news, the weather, and the sports. It's all, we've got so much to talk about today. I mean, pages and pages and notes and things and updates and corrections and plugs and things and such. But I want to start with the weather. I got good news. This is why I'm in a good mood, especially for having just watched a lot of bad wrestling. I'm in a good mood, at least here in the greater Louisville metropolitan area. We're going to have a pretty good winter. This is just in. I got the Woolly Worm weather report. We're going to have a fairly severe start, but it'll be brief, a very mild midsection through the winter, and then a kick in the ass right at the end. But most of it is going to be mild and not severe.
I'm waiting for the joke. Is there a joke here?
I'm telling you. Now, this is in the greater Kentuckiana area here. See, the greater metropolitan Louisville area, for those of you around the world, is in Kentucky, but we're right on the Ohio River, and southern Indiana is right on the other side of the river, and that's part of the metropolitan area, so we call it Kentuckiana, Kentucky and Indiana, because they started calling it Indy-Yucky, but that didn't really sound too good. So this is just the Woolly Worm weather report for this area. You'll have to consult your local worms for your particular forecast, wherever you may be in the country and around the world. I assume they have worldwide woolly worms, don't they?
I don't know.
What is your woolly? Have you seen one yet? What do they say up there?
What is this woolly worm? I don't know.
What are you not understanding the words that are coming out of my mouth? Have you seen a woolly worm yet, so you know what your winter's going to be like?
I don't even know what a woolly worm is. I can't tell if you're talking about an actual animal or bug or some sort of person on TV. This is like some sort of southern nickname for the weatherman.
No, you don't. Obviously, you do not understand. Brian Last, I've got to lead you through life by the nose. No wonder you've chosen me to be your mentor and your guiding light, like Captain Lou.
There's Groundhog Day up here. Is this what you have in Louisville? Instead of Groundhog Day, you have Woolly Worm Wednesday or something?
No, the groundhog predicts whether it's the end of it's a whole different kind of prediction. It predicts whether it's the end of the winter or not, or 6 more weeks of winter if it goes back in. Actually, most time it goes back in because all those fucking weirdos, those top hats, scare the shit out of that poor little fucking groundhog. But no, did your parents never teach you anything? When it gets this time of year, you go out and you'll start seeing your woolly worms. And a woolly worm is, a couple of inches long, although they do get a little bigger sometimes, especially if they've been eating good. And it's called a woolly worm because it's all fuzzy. It's not a caterpillar. It's about as big.
That was my next question. Are you talking about a caterpillar?
No, it's about as big around as my thumb and it's about as long as my thumb. And the coloration of the woolly worm, because it's all covered with fur, and you can't really tell unless it's moving which end is which. It's got to be moving in a direction so you know what's the front and which is the back, but nevertheless, I digress. The point is, it's all furry. It's a woolly worm. And, you know, as a matter of fact, that old poem when you were a kid, Fuzzy Wuzzy was a worm, a little worm was he. He crawled upon the railroad tracks, the train he did not see. Fuzzy Wuzzy. Anyway, nevertheless, Fuzzy Wuzzy wasn't fuzzy, was he? That's what
I never heard that little poem.
But anyway, you tell by the coloration of the fur on the woolly worm as to how severe your winter is going to be. If it's all black, You're going to start out with snow and sleet and ice and blizzards, and it's going to be hard. It ain't going to be a fit winter out for man nor beast. If it's all the light brown color, then that means it's going to be an easy winter. That it's not going to be hard on the livestock and the kinfolks and the crops. And if it's black at the start and light at the end, that means hard start, but an easy finish. But this woolly worm had a little black band on the front of him and a little black band on the back of him, and he was mostly brown in the middle, which indicates that we're going to get hit with a wallop at the start of the winter, but then we're going to cruise on through where it's not going to be bad, and then we're going to have one taste of bad shit at the end. Did your mother never explain to you how to predict? Next, you'll be saying that you don't know how to look at the maple tree leaves turning over and tell that it's going to rain.
I didn't have many conversations about bugs with my parents.
Well, maybe that's what's wrong with you.
Well, there it is. Weather the Weather with Jim Cornette, or Cornette's Farmer's Almanac, whatever you want to call this segment here.
Well, we know when we live out here in the rural areas, we've got to subsist off the fat of the land. And we got to know these signs and these things for when the nor'easters blow up and the weather turns threatening and something wicked this way comes. You understand what I'm talking about here, don't you?
What if you have a heel worm? I mean, have any of these worms ever been incorrect in their diagnosis of the upcoming weather?
That is completely preposterous. These worms have no reason to lie to us. They're here to perform a service. There is no reason if we take and as a matter of fact,
this is so ridiculous.
What are you talking about? that these worms would in some way lead us down the wayward path and lie to us?
Well, maybe not intentionally. Maybe not intentionally.
No. Well, they don't do this. It's a thing. It's what's nature has given them. It's a gift that they bring to us, the human of the world, and it's why we don't kill the woolly worm, because the woolly worm doesn't bite and the woolly worm doesn't hurt you. The woolly worm just brings you the news and then goes off into woolly land. So he was in my garage, and why are you laughing? He was in my garage, and I scooped him up on a piece of cardboard so I wouldn't hurt the little thing, and I carried him outside, and I flipped him into the bushes so that he could.
Oh yeah, that won't hurt him.
Well, no, I don't mean I threw him from a goddamn height of 10 feet or whatever. I flipped him off the cardboard onto the ground so he could crawl up under the bushes and make a winter home instead of being in the garage where I'll run over him. And then that would be terrible.
But based on what you're saying, if I'm going to try to make some sense out of this ludicrous
that's because
discussion here.
I'm imagining Travis's artwork, and I'm thinking that now we've got the clip as Jim Cornette on woolly worms, because obviously you can't be alone in the world in your ignorance of this important meteorological fucking forecasting tool.
Well, I think we found the topic for the first Jim Cornette kids book. But what I was going to say is, if the worm is indoors, is the forecast accurate? I can understand you having this voodoo way of analyzing the weather if you see him out in the dirt, but if he's in the garage, is that the same thing?
What do you think? He puts on different fur to come in the garage? Like the wool.
How long has he been in the garage? You don't know.
No, he just came in.
You saw him come in?
I didn't watch him come in, but he wasn't in the place that he was even an hour beforehand. They don't move too fast. But the point is, he's not been living in that particular spot that he was in. He came in from outside because the door was open, because it was the middle of broad daytime. And he came to deliver the news that I needed to know as the owner of the property that he's currently inhabiting. And then I took him back outside where he can make a home free, where the predators won't get him.
Sounds like you need an exterminator to lay down some traps.
Like he's going to be a different fucking color when he comes in the house. Like, I got to come in the house. I got to put on my house fucking fur.
I scooped him up on some cardboard so I wouldn't hurt him, and then I threw him into the bushes.
I said I flipped him off.
You flipped him. You flipped him off.
I didn't backdrop the goddamn. All right. I have a serious email here. While you giggle like a small school child of willy-nilly. Anyway, Buck sent an email, and this was last month, but I've sifted through a few of these. But this is why we do this program. I don't know why I put up with you on this program, but this is why we do the program for people and who listen and derive this much enjoyment out of it. Buck says, I first became a wrestling fan in 1996 after stumbling on a VHS of WrestleMania 12 at the local movie rental place in my hometown of Morganton, North Carolina. But once I discovered wrestling, I remember telling my older brother Joe about my newfound passion, and he was excited because he too was a wrestling fan when he was younger and in North Carolina, you would think, right? And once I told him some of the guys I liked from the WWF, he quickly informed me that I was watching the wrong wrestling. The NWA is the real wrestling, my brother said to me. This WWF stuff is fake. The NWA is real. And he went on to tell me some of his favorite wrestlers, such as Dusty Rhodes, Ric Flair, Arn Anderson, Magnum TA, Midnight Express, and their manager, Jim Cornette. He loved the heels. The same day, he took me back to the movie store and grabbed a copy of Starrcade 86 and said, let's go home and I'll show you real wrestling. I was hooked ever since that day. My brother fell back in love with wrestling, and we would watch together every week until the day he passed away in October of 2017. The last 4 or 5 years he was alive, one of our favorite things to do was watch old promos from the 80s NWA on YouTube. A few months after his passing one day, I went to YouTube looking for some of those promos, but came across something much greater. I found one of your earlier episodes of The Experience. While listening to it, my heart became a little less heavy. I could picture my brother's smile and hear his laughter as if we were listening together. I only wish I could have discovered your podcast a few months earlier. I'm now an avid listener to both podcasts, and for those 4 to 6 hours a week, I get to be with my brother again. So from the bottom of my heart, I want to wish you a truly happy birthday. I said this was last month, and let you know that what you do on a weekly basis means a hell of a lot more than you may realize to many people. Thank you, Buck. We appreciate that. And we'd probably do the show anyway, but this is what gives me the energy to watch the bad wrestling, I think. Anyway. Are you still there?
I'm still here. No, I mean, it was a very nice email. Despite the fact that so many people think you're the worst human being on the planet, this show has certainly done a lot for a lot of people, and it means a lot to so many people out there.
That's why we're doing it.
That's why.
And also just to fuck with 1 or 2 people. We have a correction. We talked on the drive-through about well, how did the question come up? The question was Arn Anderson had commented on the biggest payoff that he ever got in Crockett Promotions, which led to a conversation we talked about of the biggest payoff I got in Crockett and et cetera, and some big payoffs. Part of the conversation, we mentioned that the huge 6-figure payoffs didn't come along in wrestling until the pay-per-view era, because, I mean, well, I guess if it was run like one of these boxing fucking deals and Mayweather gets most of the gate, but otherwise, guys in wrestling, you couldn't make 6 figures in one night before pay-per-view, but that there were some big payoffs. But Arn had mentioned, well, what was the question kind of phrased like?
I think the question was someone had heard a recent interview with Arn where he talked about the biggest payoff he ever had. I think the way it was written, it said it during his whole career, but specifically, certainly Jim Crockett Promotions was $12,500, and he was upset because he had been promised $25,000.
And I've got clarification on that from somebody who emailed who had heard the interview with Arn. He was talking about the Bash 88. We overlooked that one. Maybe we mentioned it. I don't know. But the Bash 88 was the only full pay-per-view that Crockett actually ran. As we've mentioned, the full clearance, I should say. The previous year, Starrcade 87, and then the Bunkhouse Stampede 88 in January had not gotten most of the cable companies to clear it because Vince had strong-armed them into saying, if you carry their show, I'm not going to give you WrestleMania. And most of the cable companies went with the guy with the proven track record. But the 88 Bash is when Turner had stepped in And talks were starting about them buying the company, but Turner and Turner Home Entertainment had stepped in because they had clout with the cable companies. And as you'll also remember, Brian, because you are such a student of history, the cable companies ended up not being happy about this because it was costing them money, that the two wrestling companies were fucking with each other's big shows, because when Vince fucked with Starrcade and the Bunkhouse Stampede, then that's when Turner came back with the Clash of Champions live free on TBS against WrestleMania. So Turner was able, with their influence, was able to help get Crockett a full clearance pay-per-view for the Great American Bash 88 in July, and that was the only pay-per-view that he actually ran while he still owned the company that had full clearance. And so therein lies the tale of, and I'm sure at the time also, as we talked about, the Midnight Express and I had renegotiated our contracts earlier that year. Tully and Arn were still in the talks when Crockett found out that indeed not only was he not going to be able to give all these guys raises because of all this TV revenue money it was supposed to come in, advertising revenue money, and the network that they'd put together, but also he was in the hole. So I bet you that he probably was trying to make up for the Horsemen getting stiffed on a new contract. Because, I mean, we were still getting paid the same thing. Me and the Midnight made $5,000 for the Bash 88. I went back in my book and looked it up. We were still getting paid the same thing, but we had a contract that promised us a balloon payment at the end of the year if we hadn't reached this fucking sum, which is $225,000 a year apiece. So Crockett was probably trying to keep Tully and Arn happy by saying, oh, yeah, we'll give you whatever. Maybe he said 25. I have more reason to doubt Jimmy Crockett than I do Arn Anderson. And then he got 12.5. That's probably where they were grumbling. So I do believe Arn on the, and I didn't even think about the Bash pay-per-view that summer. Tully and Arn were in a tag title match with Sting and Luger, I believe, that year. But so it was a feature match, but in any way, I can believe the way that this comes together. No, wasn't it?
It was Luger Flair.
Luger and Flair.
Was it Luger, Sting and Dusty?
No, it was Sting and Nikita.
No, Sting and Dusty, wasn't? Oh, was it Nikita?
Well, it was Sting and somebody for the tag title. And then it was Luger and Flair on top.
Yeah, maybe it was Barry and Dusty, now that I'm thinking about it.
But anyway, nevertheless, he was trying to keep the Horsemen happy. So I can believe he got 12.5, and I can probably believe that he was promised 25, but then it was like, well, because then at that point, Crockett knew that he was going to sell pretty soon, or was probably going to be selling, and was just trying to keep guys holding on. But I did get an update on something else, because in that same talk that we had about, I said, there were still sizable payoffs. And I mean, you can go back in history. Guys like Strangler Lewis and Jim Londos actually had more of a boxing deal. And though they got big parts of the gates in the 20s and 30s, it was more like pro boxing, where the fighters got, and they didn't even advertise the rest of a card or have to pay a percentage of the gate or whatever. It was like, we're going to have the world championship match, and these guys are going to get most of the money. So there were payoffs, and plus we've seen some of the amounts that promoters would give guys either to buy a double cross or to buy the title or their rights to their guy getting the title or whatever in those days. And we also know that there were some pretty good payoffs going on in the early 50s with network TV and et cetera, where the guys were, the guys hot off Chicago television were making six figures per year. But in the modern era, we mentioned that, I said, well, I bet you Flair probably got maybe 20 or 25 grand for the Texas Stadium match with Kerry, right? And we bandied that figure around, just surmising. Well, I heard from another little bird. And this little bird wears a sequined robe and had a little strut to it, and was twittering, woo, woo. And that little bird got fucking dollars for Texas Stadium, not 20 grand, and was highly perturbed about it. He says, I believe the exact words were, 400 and fucking something $1,000 house. I got 12 grand for putting the guy over. So, so we can always, we correct information when we say something incorrect. So I wanted to get those corrections in. And Ric Flair got 12 grand for Texas Stadium against Kerry and wasn't a happy camper about it. And I wouldn't have been either at that point, breaking a goddamn Buddy Rogers and Pat O'Connor record from 30 years before with people or whatever, and doing almost $500,000 to get 12 grand. Me and the Midnight got that on Starrcade 86 each a piece. We got 10. You know, and one would have thought that the Texas Stadium with just that one location and not a lot of fucking rent and overhead, you'd give the guy that drew the fucking. But nevertheless, I digress.
And they made a ton on merch, and they certainly got their mileage out of that match. That Flair-Kerry match may have been on TV more than any other match in the 1980s.
The most famous match where a member of the family finally got to win the world championship, sets a gate record and a fucking Texas attendance record and the all kinds of records. And they couldn't even round it off to 15 just to make it sound a little more palatable.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
Yes, you may.
On the going back to the Arn topic, if we look at Starrcade 87, there's a lot of problems with the show itself and the booking of the show, and that's kind of where the Dusty finish in the tag title match with the Road Warriors losing in Chicago was a big mistake. Pulling the event out of Greensboro and Atlanta, we can include Atlanta in there, but certainly Greensboro. Right. Big mistake. So there's lots of little problems you can look at there, but Vince McMahon screwing with that pay-per-view, putting Survivor Series up against it, doing everything he can to hurt that pay-per-view, did damage that Jim Crockett never recovered from. If Jim Crockett had had that pay-per-view on the air and had all the clearances he desired, and who knows what the number would have been if he had them, how different would everything have been in 88?
Oh, fuck.
Would it have generated enough income, you think, that it would have justified some of the contracts that were going to happen, the plane, the purchase of the UWF and the syndicated network? I mean, did that one pay-per-view, and I guess you could even include the Bunkhouse Stampede.
Because a lot of those had already happened.
Right.
See, that's the thing is...
It's all 87. 87's like the make or break year.
If Starrcade 87 had all the clearances of the Bash 88, because it was promoted in the same vehicles. It was promoted on Crockett's syndicated TV. It was promoted on TBS on Saturday and Sunday. Business was not as hot as it had been in 86, but still it would have certainly done approximately. Starrcade 87 would have done probably comparable business to the Bash 88. So right there would have been, let's see, what's the math? If they did a couple of 100,000, I can't even remember what the Bash fucking did 88 on pay-per-view. Maybe you can get me a number of pay-per-views that sold while I ramble here. And they were, what, $20, $25 back then, or was it 30? Let's say they're $25 a piece. If they sold fucking 250,000 of them at $25 a piece, there's about 600 grand. Half that, when you do the split, there's $300,000 in one fucking night. Crockett was $2 million in the hole when he found out about it. But if they had ways of making, and then the Bunkhouse Stampede, not a great fucking card, but if it had full cable coverage, still, when you're talking about the ability from that time to make, even if it's delayed payments and doesn't come in for months afterwards, you know that's coming, hundreds of thousands of dollars in one night. That would have changed the whole fucking thing. They wouldn't have been $2 million in the hole, even when they made those purchases.
I found something here, and it has some estimates on numbers.
Okay.
Starrcade 87 estimated at 20,000 pay-per-view buys.
Yeah, there you go.
Bash 88, 190,000 pay-per-view buys.
There you go. At what, the bunkhouse stampede? Or did anybody even know it happened?
Approximately 200,000 buys.
No, there was not. The bunkhouse stampede, no, it was not.
According to this website, I'm going to see if I can find something else.
Yeah, you need to find something else. As a matter of fact, hold on here 1 second. I didn't know we were going into this much detail.
He's going for the books, ladies and gentlemen. This is a man who kept his records, kept all the numbers, kept all the figures, all the documents. He has all the receipts, all the notes from the booking committee, all the notes to Jim Herd, all the notes telling Jim Herd to die. He has it all, Mr. Jim Cornette.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just seeing if the Midnight Express book might have had any pay-per-view buy numbers that I might have been able to include on the bash. I know I didn't include them on the... Oh, good Lord, hold on. Can't find it. Coming up on it. I only have the house, which was $206,000 in Baltimore. But nevertheless, the point is, yes, it would have made a huge fucking difference. It would have made a big difference. Because even if few people purchased it in all those different markets, it was still been a huge number of different markets. So there was a legitimate difference in the gross. And I think that would have made a lot of difference. Because they would have had, and also the television advertising revenue that everybody was talking about was going to roll in. They did have some, but it was not rolling in; it was trickling in, and it wasn't nearly what it was projected to be. So all of a sudden, over that 6 and 9 month period, they'd spent all that money. They couldn't even keep track of it. They didn't have any of the money coming in, and people told them it was going to come in. And it didn't start coming back till the following summer. And to be honest, if Turner hadn't got involved, it still would have been the same way. They probably couldn't have got the full cable clearance. Anyway, so we wanted to make those confirmations. Does that clear everything up?
Not everything, but close to it.
Some things. I'd like to clear some things up. The Cornette's Collectibles customers at jimcornette.com are rapidly receiving their merchandise. We've already seen some people start to tweet as the packages now are trickling out. Actually, no, the packages are more than trickling. They're full-fledged flowing now. And please allow a 7 to 10 day turnaround because we're hectic here, but the T-shirts, the thank you, fuck you, bye T-shirts, the Cornette face T-shirts, they're evergreen Christmas gifts for fun for the whole family. They do so well this time of year because even if you've got one, your best friend or your worst enemy doesn't. The thank you, fuck you, bye, and Cornette face masks have literally been flying out of the boxes. And I forgot to mention last week, burger towels, Brian, this time of year. Not only do they make great gifts and stocking stuffers, but also you can take them if you are going to have a family holiday dinner this year, folks. If your family isn't contagious, you can take them to Thanksgiving at grandma's and you can spread them out on your lap so that you don't, make a pig of yourself. So the burger towels are popular, the face masks, the T-shirts, as well as the books, DVDs of classic wrestling and classic wrestling interviews and so much more. JimCornette.com. Click on collectibles. Make your purchase. Remember, every single friend and neighbor and acquaintance that you have this Christmas with cheap stuff, cheap in price, but not in quality, from JimCornette.com, and then wait for a couple of weeks because it's taken me a while to get this thing accomplished here. We're shipping shit as swiftly as shit can be shipped. Thank you for your support. You know what's underway, don't you?
What's that?
Early voting. Early voting and mail-in voting almost everywhere. If it's not, it soon will be in your area. And you know what we need to do. Our favorite President Pig shit can still steal this thing. Boom. There's your YouTube edit. Last time, it was just one of the candidates cheating. This time, it's the guy running the shit that's cheating with his own attorney general and all his stooges in place that's cheating. So I think that's worth at least a 10% fucking handicap in the polls or the votes or the number of votes. But one way or another, we've already got our mail-in ballots. They're filled out. They're going to the post office in the morning. And I trust Bree. I trust Bree with our ballots. But by mail or early in person or whatever you need to do, this cannot be close. I repeat, this cannot be close. Look at the different things that the news has been reporting for months that he's going to try and that he's already doing. Whether fucking up the postal service or delaying or discrediting the mail-in balloting, delaying and discrediting, or every single other thing. That's why he wants the Supreme Court. He thinks he can muck this thing up enough that it might go to his favorite stooges. He doesn't care about abortion. That's McConnell and his fucking crew that want us to live in the 1800s with the Amish. Trump cares about Obamacare, not because it was bad, since obviously it wasn't, but because Obama did it. Read Michael Cohen's book. Trump has been jealous of Barack Obama since the day Obama got elected. He's jealous of him for all the apparent reasons. Obama was smarter and more intelligent, more articulate, more capable, cooler, had a better family, was better in every way at every facet of being a human being. And whatever that entails, then Donald Pigshit Trump could be. So he's been jealous of him. So that's why he wants to get rid of Obamacare, which played right into the hands of the real fucking criminal manipulators, Mitch McConnell and the rest of his Republican bitches. But Trump wants the Supreme Court to keep him in office. That's his vested interest. That's why he's all behind ramming this through. And the Republicans are more than happy to accept the ramming, because they've been wanting to take this country back to the fucking Stone Ages for years, and this is their chance, their last chance. They see that sanity is coming, and a responsible adult's going to be in charge any minute now, so they're doing this as quickly as they can. It'll save Trump, possibly, and it'll fuck up our courts and our social lives and our social system and our goddamn society for the next 40 fucking years, but they don't care. So even if they get the Supreme Court, vote, or we'll never be rid of any of these Republican and repugnant sounds very close together. I saw the graphic on the news. You know, they have the polite way of saying this, Brian. Instead of saying stupid white people and smart white people, they say white people with college educations and white people with no college education. Well, see, that's a bad blanket statement, because I don't have a college education, but I educated myself. But it's kind of a parameter of the polite way on network television. You can say smart white people and stupid white people. Well, smart white people approve of Joe Biden 57% to Donald Trump's 38%. Stupid white people, imagine this, approve of Joe Biden 38% to Donald Trump's 59%. It just flip-flopped. And the only stunning thing I have to say about that is that you can actually get to fucking high school or even middle school, to be honest, and still be so stupid that you can't see through this piece of shit. However, let's not be like the stupid people, folks. Let's vote for the people that the smart people vote for. And if QAnon has increased on Facebook tenfold, according to the fucking FBI or whoever's keeping track of these fucking chuckle fucks these days. Weak-minded simpletons, and we've explained this, but I'll give it a shot again for the normal, sane people around the world outside the United States that listen to this program. QAnon is a group of people that follow a guy named Q who's secretly dark somewhere in the government and who is feeding this information out that the Democrats and Hollywood celebrities are Satan worshipers who eat babies and sex traffic in children around the world. And Donald Trump was sent by God, actual God, to stop it on an undercover basis, like he's fucking Jim West on the Wild Wild West in his fucking, when he's not on the golf course or spreading COVID, he's engaging in surreptitious activities to stop secret underground baby eating and sex fucking or trafficking or fucking trafficking or whatever. These people believe this and they vote too. So normal people have to somewhat offset that, at least until we decide to start rounding up some of these fucking people and putting them behind a fence for the general public's welfare. So anyway, vote early and often. Vote. Brian, how many times have you voted so far?
None yet.
Well, start picking up the pace, pal.
I have my mail-in ballot right here on my desk, but I've been debating whether I want to mail it in or whether I actually want to go and make sure the vote is registered on Election Day.
I got to be honest, I believe in our mail-in ballots here because our governor is a Democrat, and they've been easy to get, and he has opened early vote. We never even had early voting unless you could have some kind of an excuse why you were going to be out of town. And now we've got 3 weeks. So I believe ours. What's your governor? Is he a Democrat or is he a fucking asshole?
He's a Democrat, although he promised he would legalize weed a few years ago, and that hasn't happened. But
you can't expect miracles.
I just, I kind of want to make sure my vote is casted. I think what I'm going to do if I do anything with this mail-in ballot is they have the address on here for the county office where you can actually just hand it right in.
Well, there you go. Yeah, actually,
I may do that. I may actually do that.
And you don't have to stand in line if you go to one of the official drop boxes, right? You can just drop it in a box. Nobody's going to stand in line at a box. You have to stand in line and do it in person.
I believe that's correct.
Did you see that the Republicans had put up unauthorized boxes? What state out west?
Was it California?
God damn, I can't say with certainty, but it's somewhere out west. They just put up a bunch on their own, and then they were going to come back and pick them up. And a state authority put an end to that. Said, no, you'll not be doing that. That's not legal. Your own boxes. You know what? Hey, folks, at this point, if you still haven't decided to vote for Joe Biden, we have somewhere else that you should fucking contact. Our friends at BetterHelp. Because if you haven't figured this one out by now, you need help. You need someone to talk to. But folks, hopefully, after this election and come January, the world will be a kinder, a gentler, nicer, and more sane place to exist in. But if there's still issues that you have, problems keeping you from talking to somebody, whether it's not available in your area, you don't want to go to a traditional counselor in person, the friends at BetterHelp can fix you up. It's professional counseling done securely online with a broad range of expertise. Services available for clients worldwide, and you can log into your account anytime, send a message to your counselor. You get responses. You can schedule weekly video or phone sessions. BetterHelp is committed to facilitating great therapeutic matches. And they want you to start living a happier life today. If you need somebody to talk to or just bounce some ideas off of, such as, is it a good idea if I vote for Donald Trump? Whatever the case may be. Talk to somebody about these things. Visit their website. Read the testimonials. Visit betterhelp.com/JCE. That's BetterHelp, H-E-L-P. And join the over 1 million people taking charge of their mental health with the help of an experienced professional and get 10% off your first month's services at betterhelp.com when you use the /JCE, 10% off. We can't do this all day, folks. but they will. We can't, but they will. Somebody needs to talk to somebody before they make any mistakes here in a couple of weeks. Don't you think? Brian, do you think that maybe our favorite dick spot wrestler should have talked to somebody else before he found both God and a cheesy lawyer? You think maybe he should have talked to somebody before he fucking just started suing everybody in the world and putting Bible verses on his tweets? Ryan Nemeth, one Twitter the other day, he tweeted, Bill Cosby should sue Impact Wrestling. This fucking guy, if you go to his Twitter page now, it's Bible verses. He's doing the ultimate babyface thing, everything he can figure out to make himself a competent, quality human being in people's eyes while trying to sue everybody that accused him of doing the things that they accused him of doing into bankruptcy, and the people that he still should have sent a a thank you card to Impact Wrestling. Maybe Get Well. He probably sickened their product. He should have sent him a thank you card for signing him in the first place after he'd been doing that fucking dog and pony show all across America and bringing shame and embarrassment to the professional wrestling industry. He should have still thanked him just for giving him a shot to begin with that he fucked up. And let me just say that before everybody, Cornette's jumping in on him again, poor fella. Fuck you. He resisted no temptation whatsoever to make unsolicited comments about me and to me on Twitter or wherever it fucking came up about what a rotten person I was and how I needed to change my behavior. And I was just a symptom of the cancer of the old days of wrestling that he and his compadres had cleaned up. Well, fuck you. I get two fucking unheard of fucking neckbeards in a basement making accusations about me for fucking 2 days. He has 25 people in the business, apparently, that have all come out and said the same thing, and people that used to fucking live with him in fucking various homes agree with him. So fuck you, dick boy. You were an embarrassment to the wrestling business when they still liked you in it, and I was the only one that would come out and say it, and son of a gun, wouldn't you know who won the fucking dick? He turns out to be a piece of shit in real life. Found a crummy lawyer that's going to sue everybody. Have you seen the length and breadth and width, not of Joey Ryan's measly penis, but of his lawsuit fucking complaints? He wants millions of dollars for this and millions of dollars for that.
He wants $10 million from Impact.
Good fucking luck.
He wouldn't have made that an Impact in 100 years.
Impact hasn't made that. He thinks that if he files all these horrifying lawsuits, maybe that he'll scare other people. Are there other people that have not come out and told these stories? One would think that there would be, because if you've had a couple of times that you've been arrested for driving intoxicated, how many times did you get away with it? Or speeding, how many times did you get away with it? Or anything you've ever got in trouble for, how many times did you get away with it? You think every single person he ever got away with it on has already come out in public? So he's trying to scare, and he's trying to scare these other people who came out and told these stories with apparently people backing them up about it, that they have to admit that they're liars or be bankrupt forever. Because, I mean, let's face it, he's not going to get any money from any of these fucking people, but a lot of people get scared, especially if it hadn't happened to them often, when they get letters from lawyers. Even from fucking shyster ambulance chasers that would represent a person in a fucking case of this ilk. And just to make sure everybody knows that he's A-okay and he's turned his life around, he's religious. So we've got that when he's checking all the boxes. Good luck to you, dick boy. I just miss hearing him tell me how I need to modify my fucking social behavior and what a cancer I am to the wrestling business. I miss that.
Well, moving on, I believe there was another person who you wanted to comment on, another person who has suggested you modify your behavior here in 2020.
Well, yeah, it is 2020. It's the 21st century, Brian. It's the 21st century, and we need to get with the modern times. We got it like Charlie Chaplin. We have to go into sound 8 or 10 years later, whatever. But we've got to change with the times. And, of course, everybody's favorite uncle, the dynamic dude, Dave Meltzer, is continuing to lose his rabbit-ass mind about me. Constantly on Twitter. When people say, hey, Dave, what's the weather next Wednesday? Well, Cornette sure won't tell you the right way to fucking book the weather today. I can't understand how bad or why, for what reason, that he just cannot accept this. Whether it's that he's become AEW's defense attorney and he's getting paid for that, or whether he's on their payroll as a PR agent, or whether I've just hurt his feelings because finally I had to fucking tell him off. I don't know. We've pondered all of these reasons, and I can't get a grip on it. But what he said here recently on Twitter, apropos of nothing, was that, when they were in a conversation, somebody else was in a conversation. And no, it was Jericho. And he popped in with, well, give Mike Tenay a job. We talked about that. And in that same line of tweets, he had mentioned, well, Cornette, if you want to talk about wrestling from the 20th century or from more than 20 years ago, but he's great, but he couldn't book anything in this century. He hadn't booked anything in 20 years or whatever. One of the Cult of Cornette members also stooged this off and brought this up to me, and that's why I had you check it out. Dave, read your own fucking back issues of the Wrestling Observer. I won Booker of the Year twice in this century, less than 20 years ago. And as a matter of fact, if you want to delve further into facts such as they exist in the Wrestling Observer, the only two people that have won Booker of the Year in two different centuries were me and Vince McMahon. And you ain't got much good to say about either one of us. And then maybe somebody tipped him off to this, because then later on he amended it to 15 years because he might have thought, oh, shit, wait a minute, because fucking 17 and 18 years ago, Dave Meltzer was one of the people saying that I was the best booker in the business. And why does he keep changing the cutoff dates?
I don't know why he keeps... Again, I like Dave. I don't know why he keeps, out of nowhere, just constantly tweeting about you. And I believe the cutoff date is now 2005, where he would like to listen to anything you have to say about wrestling before 2005, but after 2005, you're out of touch. You don't know what you're talking about.
Is this a rolling 15-year period? Like next year, will he listen to me for 2006? Or is it a hard cutoff date?
I did also notice that he made a comment that you would try to book everything nowadays like it was 1985, and you can't book like it's 1985 anymore. And I'm thinking, that's the same year he told me to go back to in my time machine. 1985. I don't know why he's
he stuck on 85?
I don't know.
That wasn't even the best year. I would have gone with 83 or 86. But here's the thing. He's okay. He says, I can't book anything after 1985. He was saying that I was the best booker in the business 18 years after that, when I was booking all the new talent that had never been on television with cool music that we could play in OVW because nobody paid any attention to us. And fucking all of the fucking cool kids with the tattoos were on the roster. The young folks. It was just the same logic, because logic doesn't change. Gravity doesn't change. Things like that don't change. But I digress. What were you going to say?
Well, I was going to say, I think a large part of his problem is you specifically don't endorse or like some of the guys that he believes and pushes as being the guys that you would have to get behind nowadays. I did see this tweet earlier. There was a tweet by Matthew Randazzo. That's the guy who did the Benoit book.
Yes.
Probably like not 15 years ago, but a long time ago. It's a while ago. And I guess he did a whole thread about Dave's constantly needing to dismiss you as being completely irrelevant as a wrestling mind for 2020, which is what a lot of his tweets come across as. I don't know if that's his intention. I always wonder.
No, that's exactly his intention. Because when someone is telling the truth about you in public, and I'm not even talking about Dave now. So this whole thing started over these fucking yahoos over at All Petite. I'm telling the truth about them because I don't want anything from them because I'm insulted and embarrassed at what they're doing with and to my profession. So I tell the more I speak about them and the more that I, as Dennis Condrey used to say, strike a nerve, the more Dave comes back at me. When I say shit about him, he doesn't really fucking get hot like when I say shit about them. Then he has to discredit me as a mind, as a viewpoint, as an opinion, whatever, he's completely out of touch because I'm telling the truth about these fucking idiots and people are starting to notice. And when they start figuring out the emperor has no fucking fig leaf on in front of his little dinghy, then it's not good for them because they've so far this has been mass hypnosis. People were smoking the hopium. They wanted this to be good because they want another wrestling promotion. Guess what? I wanted it to be good too because I want another wrestling promotion. This ain't a fucking wrestling promotion. It's a goddamn circle jerk. So Dave's trigger point, as the kids call it, is the more that I tell the truth, and it is obviously the truth to people because they're looking at this shit happen when I'm talking about it. And the more that people start realizing, yeah, they did fucking sell us a goddamn Swizz-itched bill of goods on this, Dave freaks out. That's why I don't know whether it's money or obstinance or their personal friends or whatever. It's like I'm sodomizing his dog and abusing his children on Main Street in front of him when I tell the truth about these guys that are not ready to be on national fucking television, and many of them never will be. Some of them never shall.
Well, like I said, going back to this tweet, and I'll talk about what Dave said in response, but Matthew Randazzo tweeted out, dismissing that if you gave him access to con money, TNT, name talents like Jericho, Cody, Ross, Moxley, that his giant wrestling brain couldn't book a show.
I'll give him back Moxley. Go ahead.
That his giant wrestling brain couldn't book a show that would get more than 1 million fans to watch seems a huge leap. The fact that he's, quote, out of touch with modern industry presupposes modern industry's most marketable approach in 2020 when it has minuscule audience compared to prior. No reason to believe a retro serious promotion with A-list talent, production, TV, and sharp booking would perform worse. No one's tried. And Dave responds, and this is one of Dave's big arguments whenever anyone tries to say, well, I listen to Jim Cornette's show, and there are certainly people that he hates, like the Young Bucks and Kenny Omega. Maybe he goes overboard with them. But if you listen, he brings up a lot of good, logical points about how to improve things. Dave's response was, he had how many guys now, stars in AEW and WWE when in Ring of Honor? Averaged under 500 per show. Sorry, fact is he dismissed so many as not being top talent who then proved to be. Where was Ring of Honor 2 years later? And Dave always tries to push back on the idea that since you didn't have glowing success in Ring of Honor and since some of the talent that I guess, and I have to think about who is who, that you rejected in Ring of Honor went on to do other things, that's a sign that...
Well, slow down a sec. Hold on there, cowboy. For one thing, we ad nauseum we've gone through the growing pains of the first couple of years of Ring of Honor under Sinclair Broadcasting, when for 18 months we didn't own a broadcast quality camera, etc. So yes, there were some struggles at the gate when we opened up new markets that we had TV in suddenly that we had never run before. Still did nice business in New York and Toronto and Chicago, whatever the fuck. However, enlighten me on the fuck.
I'm going to stop you because another tweet literally just came in as I'm looking at this.
Okay.
Matthew Randazzo replied, Cornette would book wrestling with that budget and TV as a big league sport with protected star athletes. Wrestling that looked competitive, not choreographed. A focus on keeping credible, sometimes with Twitter you leave out words.
Right.
A focus on keeping a credible universe with rules and stakes. Anyone competent would be better with that approach. And Dave wrote, he wouldn't. He had that chance and didn't recognize stars and use them to their best value. Look at the Ring of Honor roster and who he focused on and who he didn't, and look at those people, what they have done since.
Okay, that's what I'm about to ask you. Besides the fact that the Young Bucks, go back and look at the Young Bucks on TV in 2012 and explain to me why I'm going to push them over the Briscoe brothers, Haas and Benjamin, even fucking Kenny King and Rhett Titus at that point, for that matter, or the American Wolves, Davey Richards and Eddie Edwards, whatever. It was a clown show. Who was in Ring of Honor that I cast out that is a big deal in wrestling today? I didn't cast Steen out.
No, you pushed him. You pushed him as much as you could.
I made him the world fucking champion. I didn't like his attitude one fucking little tiny bit. He was a pain in the ass. Colt Cabana, I think that answers itself. Look where he's at right now.
El Generico, who
El Generico,
obviously is now Sami Zayn.
Well, no, actually, when El Generico came back and had a quality fucking match, he had a good match when his contract expired at the end of 2011, and we offered him a contract extension, and he wouldn't call back because he thought he was going to get the WWF gig. But the reason why that I was down on doing business with him was because when Sinclair bought the company and everybody else was signing contracts of a year and 2 years, he just wanted to sign a 6-month deal because he was smelling the WWF. I said, okay, we'll sign you on for 6 months. And then we promptly took the fucking TV title that we just put on him off of him. But he had a good match and we offered him an extension. He never got back to us because he was wanting to go to the WWF. And then, against my better judgment, I brought him back so they could have their closure, him and Steen, at Final Battle, because unfortunately we were at the mercy of the basement-dwelling, fucking internet-staring original Ring of Honor audience at that point, because we still hadn't built one off the fucking syndicated television. But I didn't run him out of the company. I say if we could figure out a way to make him speak, he was a hell of a worker and I would have used him. But he was chasing a goddamn WWE deal. It took him another few years or whatever going through developmental to get. I can remember offhand we were pushing Adam Cole, Roderick Strong, Kyle O'Reilly, Tommaso Ciampa, Jay Lethal, the Briscoe brothers. Who else? Who is a big deal now in wrestling that was there in Ring of Honor that I exiled or ran off that was worth a shit?
Well, I'm going to ask you some names off the roster because I'm trying to think of some. I know there are guys you wanted to push that you quickly lost access to, like Seth Rollins when he was Tyler Black, who went to the WWE, and Claudio and Chris Hero,
right?
Who I guess they both went to WWE. Actually, now that I think about it. Although they totally blew it with Chris Hero, I gotta say.
Well, yeah, they went to Florida, and I predicted that they would be split up, never have another tag match. They'd love Claudio, and they'd run Hero off. Guess what happened?
So Young Bucks, and we've discussed that, and also the idea that the Young Bucks were told that when their Impact or TNA contract ran out, get in touch, and they took that as, let's quit TNA.
Let's quit now and call back 2 weeks later.
And these guys will fly us in for all these shows that weren't drawing big houses at that time, like Dave says.
The Young Bucks were on the fucking shows, and they weren't drawing. It wasn't until the mass hypnosis set in about, 4 years later? With all the whole elite thing and the Bullet Club thing and the whole 9 yards that the mass hypnosis set in, and they got this traveling band of fucking comedy wrestling fans, sort of like a fucking Grateful Dead audience. It is what it is, but they go everywhere, and they hijacked Ring of Honor for a couple of years. But the idea that if especially with Sinclair first getting started and opening up all those new markets, the idea that if we'd had the Young Bucks as they were then, or even Kenny Olivier as he was then, and it would have said, what started turning the houses around was Matt Hardy, who was hot off television and a guy that I made the deal to bring in to work with some of our young guys and give them credibility, and that started boosting the houses. And that then was a bridge to the rest of this fucking foolishness.
Okay, well, once again...
I'm waiting to hear somebody else that I exiled from Ring of Honor or didn't use or misused that is a big deal in the wrestling business today, besides his twit friends that work for the sucker billionaire's kid.
Well, again, taking the Young Bucks out of the equation, you mentioned the Elite. What about Kenny Omega?
Well, fuck.
When was that incident with him and his ankle? Or elbow, whatever it was.
No, it was ankle. But he wasn't going to come anyway and work. He was going to be home in Canada. He was living in Japan. It's not like I couldn't get a goddamn plane ticket from Sinclair Broadcasting to fly the fucking Japanese from Japan. You think they're going to fly a fucking Harpo Marx looking Canadian from Japan? He was going to be home at Christmas time. And was it Pierce? I think it was still Pierce. Maybe it was Hunter. One of them. He got in touch with him, said, they said, well, you want to work Final Battle. Okay, so they booked him in an underneath match on the card, and then a week or 10 days out, he sent a picture of a gangrene ankle saying, I hurt my ankle, I can't come. Big fucking deal. The first time I saw Kenny Omega on a Ring of Honor show in like 2006, Kerry Silken was, you got to see this guy. He came out, shook the ropes like the Ultimate Warrior, fucking did some goddamn bad fucking prancing around and facial expressions. Obviously had no basics and was a guy, at that time, I said you could put this guy in OVW or send him to Les Thatcher or put him in a good school, and in a couple of years, because he's a good athlete, maybe you'd have something, but right now he's just fucking an Ultimate Warrior wannabe. And they did none of those. He got to a real training program eventually, and they fucking ran him off because he is who he is. And then I saw the goddamn tape with the blow-up doll. And no, there was never a chance that fucking Mr. Sex Doll Wrestler would ever be booked back in Ring of Honor after that. See, I hadn't seen the fucking doll thing. If he'd done it by then, I hadn't seen it. Or elsewise, that would have been kiboshed. Right, I would have thrown my body in front of him being on a Ring of Honor fucking show.
And once again, what Dave wrote was look at the Ring of Honor roster and who he focused on and who he didn't and what they have done since. So,
I'm trying to
let's go backwards then. Who did you focus on? You focused on Kevin Steen, Kevin Owens.
Yeah.
You focused on Davey Richards.
Yeah.
I guess you could say Eddie Edwards too, in a sense.
Right. Eddie Edwards was one of the champions. Yes. Jay Lethal.
Roger
Strong. We moved to Kyle O'Reilly and Adam Cole up from opening the show to being the proteges of the champion and number one contender, and then had tag matches with them.
But to be fair, they weren't then what they are now. They grew into...
No, we knew they were going to be. That's right. The whole reason why we started using them then. I didn't use Colt Cabana because besides the fact he can't get the fucking ha-ha out of his system, he was the best he was going to be at that point. And is anybody going to goddamn argue with that? We were building for the future with a fucking pro wrestling, sports-oriented MMA crossover appeal with young guys that hadn't been beat to death on television, and guys like the Charlie Haasses and Shelton Benjamins and Rhinos and Lance Storms who came in and put guys over eventually. They had runs, and in the case of Haas and Benjamin, or they did a special little thing like Lance Storm did for Mike Bennett, who was another guy that we were featuring, who got sabotaged by all the bad promotions he's worked for since then, but what a fucking prodigy. I'm trying to think of
Michael Elgin. Did you push Elgin?
Michael Elgin. Well, we tried to push him. He's one of the guys I mentioned. We didn't put the belt on him because he was still an illegal alien. Sinclair wouldn't pay for a goddamn immigration attorney, and we didn't want to put the belt on him and have him barred from the country. By the time they got that all straightened out, he had kind of dumbed himself out of position and wasn't everybody's favorite anymore.
In terms of some of the other guys now who are on top of just looking at AEW, I could be wrong. Moxley was never in Ring of Honor, right? Was Adam Page around?
Adam Page worked a couple of shows. He was I think he was like 19 years old at that point. You could tell he was going to be a good worker. He got with this group and it screwed his head all around.
Dax Harwood, he was on the radar, right? But you never actually brought him in.
He was on my radar. I saw him at an independent show in North Carolina that I was a guest at with the Midnight Express. And it was like finding a diamond in a fucking cow turd. You know, he could work better than anybody on the card times 5. So I brought him up for one of the training seminars and had him do television so they could see him. But the problem was it was a fish out of water like he is now. It was a guy who could work like Barry Windham in the ring with a bunch of guys who didn't know how to work like Barry Windham. So he didn't fit the Ring of Honor style at that point. But yeah, he was way far ahead of a lot of the guys at basics and at fundamentals and at being a pro wrestler than even at that point.
Who was on the undercard in Ring of Honor when you were there? I legitimately am asking this because I don't remember a lot of the people.
I'm legitimately trying to. It's been 8 years. Goddamn, look something up on the internet. The point is, I am, except for his nucleus of little buddies that works for All Polite Wrestling that were grumpy at me. No, there ain't no other big star in the world of wrestling right now that we had in Ring of Honor during that period of time that we ran off or didn't push or mistreated. And of course, that's obviously taken into account that Kenny King is not a fucking big deal in wrestling.
You had Homicide?
I love Homicide. He calls me a crazy white boy.
You had Tommaso Ciampa?
We had Ciampa. Ciampa, as a matter of fact, was just working on the whole Project Ciampa thing and fucking doing his promos and everything. And we were bringing him up through the ranks at that point. He wasn't in the main events yet, but he was fixing to be.
When did you leave Ring of Honor?
November of 2012.
Okay.
After that infamous TV taping in the Bell Vernon ice rink.
So, I mean, what period should I look? I'm looking right now. Here are results from April 2011, Center Stage.
That was basically, here's the thing. When Kerry asked me to get involved in September of 2009 and try to keep him from losing as much money as he was losing and get something going, sponsors, television, something somewhere. And at the time, Adam Pearce was his booker. And I helped Adam and gave advice on finishes. And I was trying to find, as you know, people to open up avenues, do something with this product that was so good and had a rabid but very small following. And then when Adam got sideways with the office staff, he made Hunter Johnston, Delirious, the booker. And I worked with Delirious all the way through the Sinclair era. And actually, our official titles, Delirious was always the booker. I was the head of creative, just because I had a goddamn reputation to sell Sinclair Broadcasting. But Hunter and I worked together on it. And there was very little disagreement. And occasionally, he would give me my things where I'd say, well, I think this guy will be good. And I would let him bring the fucking Chikara guys in. And that, I hate to mention that as the first example of something he wanted to do because that was so fucking bad. But he was the one that had the idea to swerve people that thought that fucking Davey Richards was going to win the title at Best in the World in the summer of 2010 from Austin Aries. And he had Eddie Edwards win it in March and then go defend it in June. And that was fucking brilliant, and it was something people didn't expect. But see, we worked together on stuff like that. But we weren't running anybody off unless they didn't fit the picture of what we were trying to do. We were pushing everybody that was available to us that had the talent to be pushed.
Well, here, I'll do a 2011 card and a 2012 card just because I'm actually trying to figure out now who, other than the Young Bucks and Colt Cabana, who would have been either a regular or semi-regular with Ring of Honor that you didn't use to their potential?
Joey Ryan. Yes.
Was he around?
They were bringing him in, using him on the HDNet television show, paying him $350 a night and a plane ticket from California. And the first thing in September of 2009 that I told Kerry Silken was, you can get a guy that looks better and works as good at least from the tri-state area up here to drive down here for $100. Just look at this fucking guy.
All right, here are some results from April 1st, 2011. Center Stage, Atlanta, Georgia.
Yeah, that was our WrestleMania weekend shows because WrestleMania was in Atlanta.
Oh, okay.
And Gary Juster had a relationship with folks at Center Stage. We were able to get in there.
Here's the card. Michael Elgin defeated El Generico. Homicide beat Caleb Conley, Colt Cabana, and Tommaso Ciampa.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me tell people who some of these people are. Caleb Conley, people have seen him since then. He's been on a variety of independent shows. I've seen his name pop up, but he's from, I believe, the Carolinas, and he was a local guy there. It wasn't like he was a full-time guy on the roster. He was regional.
Matsumoto and Kurihara defeated Sarah Del Rey and Serena Deeb.
And that actually was a Delirious project. We wanted to have a women's tag match on the show. All the WrestleMania fans he got some Japanese girls. I'm not an expert on the Japanese girls, but Sarah Del Rey was Claudio's girlfriend at that point, and what a fucking worker she was. She was like the Ring of Honor girl worker at the time, and Serena Deeb, as we know how good she is, she'd trained in OVW and had the run with Punk and the Straight Edge Society and whatever, so it was two good American girls, two good Japanese girls.
Jay and Mark Briscoe defeated Adam Cole and Kyle O'Reilly.
And there you go. Cole and O'Reilly were the young underneath babyface team at that point. What the fuck was their Future Shock? They came up with the name, and they worked with the Briscoes, who at that point had switched heel, and that was for the Ring of Honor tag team title. And obviously we were bringing O'Reilly and Cole up. They didn't win, but then later on, I believe that year, that's when Kyle would start getting more obnoxious, and the switch would come, and they'd be working a program with each other up higher on the card. Go ahead.
It wasn't for the tag titles, by the way.
It was, well, okay, then it wasn't for the tag title, but the Briscoes were the tag team champions at the time, I thought. Maybe it was Haas and Benjamin. Keep going.
Davey Richards defeated Roderick Strong.
That was just, hold on. I'm going to say that was for the WrestleMania audience, pure and simple, because those guys were classic, state-of-the-art, in-ring, Ring of Honor style at that point. And Roddy was fucking super, as he always is. And Davey, the one thing he could get his head around about the wrestling business was how to have a great match with a guy like that.
Charlie Haas and Shelton Benjamin defeated Chris Hero and Claudio Castagnoli to win the tag team titles.
That's when it was. Okay, yes. And that's, once again, I always said Hero and Claudio at that point were the closest thing in the business to a modern day Midnight Express, a heel team that could work with everybody. Their teamwork shit was phenomenal. The matches were great. I hated losing them. And that was, the next month, I think, was when the Sinclair purchase came through, and they left by that August to go to developmental. And Charlie and Shelton had come in to kick our tag team division off and be our tag team rock stars because they were still in such shape. They could still go. They were amateur shooters with a background you could sell. Plus, they'd been on television worldwide, but it hadn't been just previously, and they hadn't been beaten into powder and turned into jokes and then just hopped into Ring of Honor. So you got great athletes that can go, and they are what we focus the tag team division around.
And finally, the main event of this night, Ring of Honor champion Eddie Edwards defeated TV champion Christopher Daniels.
And there you go. Another great match building Eddie as the champion when he was in between before he was going to drop it that summer to Davey Richards. And let's not forget Austin Aries, the insufferable prick that he always ended up being. I coexisted with him because he had great matches for a fucking year, until finally we had to sit down at the behest of the owner of the company and tell him to quit fucking bitching and complaining so much and come to us instead of ruining the mood in the locker room. And he absolutely refused, so we fucking fired him.
So of everyone on that show, obviously you ended up not using Colt Cabana going forward. And also, I guess, of guys who are now in good positions in NXT or AEW or WWE, you had Adam Cole as a babyface instead of a heel.
Basically.
So let's look.
But now he's a babyface now.
Well, that's true. Let's look at one more show from a year later, or more than a year later. You said you left in November 2012. Here's one show. October 7th, 2012. Michael Elgin defeated Mike Bennett.
Yeah.
The Bravados defeated 3.0. I don't know who that is.
I don't either. The Bravado brothers were kids that had trained at the Ring of Honor school and nice young men, and they also were hauling the ring at that point. So they were on the show because they were ring crew and got to wrestle, and their opponents, let's call them local.
Bobby Fish defeated QT Marshall.
We finally got Bobby Fish. He had been under contract to Gabe Sapolsky with Evolve, early days or whatever Gabe was doing at that point. And, he fit Ring of Honor like a glove, and we were trying to get him, and finally he got free and came over. Who did he work with, you say?
QT Marshall.
QT Marshall. And here's... If you were reading the message boards and the Ring of Honor site at that point and all this stuff, people are like, this fucking Cornette, he's trying to push QT Marshall down our fucking throats. This fucking guy's a shits. He sucks. What the fuck? We need guys like Jack Evans. Here's what happened. Delirious called me one day. He said, I found a guy named QT Marshall down in Florida. But he's really good, and he's got good size. And he's got some personality, and he brought him up, and he had basically moved up to the Northeast and had started training up there. And Hunter said, let's use him. And I watched one of his matches. I said, there's no problem. I said, he needs some kind of oomph. So we get God's gift, QT Marshall, and he got a fucking robe, right? Imagine that. And then we started using him as a heel in the middle of the card. He was not on top. But we didn't just bring him in to get beat. We started giving him some wins on television, and we're going to use him on the house shows as a heel. And the people lost their shit. They won't bring in the Super Smash Brothers or whatever the fuck their goddamn indie darlings were. But this fucking QT Marshall, that Cornette, he's shoving it. I'd never heard of QT. I agreed with Delirious when he brought him in, and I liked him. But it was Delirious's idea. And suddenly it was like QT Marshall was mine from OVW or whatever. So then it ended up he had to move back to Florida, as I recall, and wasn't on as many of the shows because he lived in fucking Florida. But now the AEW fans love QT Marshall because the guy that the same kind of fans, let's face it, the basement fans in 2010 or the basement fans in 2020. The same kind of fans that said this guy fucking sucks and Cornette's shoving him down our throat instead of our favorite wrestlers is now running a wrestling school where the goddamn all petite wrestling company trains its wrestlers. You fucking morons. Go ahead.
Well, there's a different name on this show that you commonly hear when people talk about you shoving a wrestler down their throats, but we'll get there in a moment. I don't know who these guys are, so you're going to have to help me here.
Okay.
Scum defeated the world's greatest tag team and Rhett Titus and BJ Whitmer. Who's Scum?
Scum was Carino, and you know what? God damn it. Now I'm trying to think.
Jimmy Jacobs?
Jimmy Jacobs. Jimmy Jacobs and Carino were in a group with Steen, and they were the group name was Scum because they had said that in an interview or something to that effect or whatever. So, yeah, so it was Jacobs and Carino. Who else you say? BJ Whitmer, who was...
And Rhett Titus.
Well, that was Was that after Kenny King had fucked us?
It must have been.
Yes, that was after Kenny King had fucked us, obviously lied to us like the lying sack of shit that he is. So we didn't want to penalize Rhett and BJ Whitmer. Delirious was a fan of his work. He'd worked with him a bunch because he'd been in Ring of Honor before, and he trained with Les Thatcher. BJ could work. As a matter of fact, BJ is now an agent for All Elite Wrestling. You saw him in one of the pull-aparts here this past week. So, yeah, triple threat tag team match. Don't know what to tell you.
Roderick Strong defeated Kyle O'Reilly.
We know what they're doing.
Now, here's the name I was talking about. You'll hear it in a second. Davey Richards defeated Mike Mondo.
There you go. The people lost their fucking minds when Mike Mondo came in because all they could think about was the Spirit Squad. And they were determined to dislike him from the start. And they were determined to blame me for bringing this WWE reject to fucking Ring of Honor until he started actually getting over because he worked his ass off and he had a match on TV with Matt Taven. Here's another guy, Matt Taven, we wanted to push, and then he got hurt and then sidelined with a fucking developmental deal and they jacked him around, blah, blah, blah. And then on pay-per-view, Mondo's tenure in Ring of Honor, he would get over with the live crowd because they would see what he was doing. But then everybody else that didn't come to the matches and didn't buy a ticket would knock it on the internet. And then he's trying to fucking jump off the goddamn entranceway on, I can't remember even who it was, but on an internet pay-per-view, he had taken an upside down bump on the outside of the ring into the guardrail and broken his ankle. But still, because he didn't want to fuck up the match, he climbed to the top of the goddamn entranceway and jumped off on the guy and did further damage to the ankle, finished the match, and then had to go have surgery and all that shit because he was trying. That's how hard he tried to get over. So let me explain something to all the dimwits that are out there that thought that Mike Mondo shouldn't be on the roster. You know why he was there? He was there to teach everybody else what to fucking do. You idiots, you amateur morons, while everybody else was out there flipping and flying and hitting each other as hard as they could and going 100 miles an hour. Mike Mondo, who was a child prodigy as a teenager, he came to one of the OVW camps. We saw him and instantly invited him to train here. He got a fucking developmental contract because of his outstanding work here while he was waiting tables at fucking Chili's. He went to the WWE, and even though they gave him a shitty gimmick and grouped him in with guys like Johnny Jeter and a bunch of other talented guys that should be the modern age of wrestling, because the comedy writers put him in a goofy gimmick, but at the same time, he worked with every top name up to and including Triple H and Shawn Michaels in front of 10 and 15,000 people night after night on international tours and all over this country. Then was so good that he was one of the guys chosen to do the motion capture thing for the video games, which he did for a number of years because he could literally do everybody's shit. Then he became a trainer, not only in OVW, not only in the wrestling school that he originally went to up in New York, but in a couple of programs where he was training, the developmental programs, he's assisted trained. He fucking was in incredible physical condition and stayed that way. And also, as I mentioned, was an employee that would literally fucking finish a match with a broken fucking leg to respect and stick up for the wrestling business to the detriment of his own health. Why would you not want 20 of those guys in the fucking locker room? He was there to work in the middle of the card, to beat the schlubs and get the stars ready and try to teach them in the ring because he could go rather than a veteran that was sitting outside. Timing and calling it on the fly and shit like that you can fucking learn from a guy who's been that many places. But once again, fucking goofy marks in basements don't understand the wrestling business at that deep of a level because they're not real smart.
Two more matches on this card. The Briscoes defeated Adam Cole and Eddie Edwards.
Yes, because as Kyle O'Reilly had been Davey Richards' protege because he was in real life, Eddie Edwards or Adam Cole was Eddie Edwards' protege just to play off that program. And because Eddie had been the champion, it elevated Adam to be side by side with him. But Adam at the same time was by that time was already in his own singles career. They weren't a regular tag team. It was a tag team match.
And finally, Jay Lethal and Kevin Steen fought to a no contest.
Oh, that was the match in New Jersey. Oh, goddamn. And they just hated me for that one, too. Can you imagine? They did a show at the Rahway, New Jersey Rec Center, and it didn't have a clean finish, Brian. Why, holy mackerel. I'm surprised the people didn't set the seats on fire. Here's what happened. This is when fucking El Generico was still being cute because so many people had catered to him and fucking told him what he wanted to hear over the years, that he thought that he was a goddamn bigger level star than he was. And I was being asked by Delirious and by the people that were still had their finger on the pulse of the old Ring of Honor fans, not the new ones off the television, but the old ones that knew it existed beforehand, that the final battle main event should be El Generico and Kevin Steen and the ending of their big trilogy where they gave me the impression every time that they talked about it that they were sitting at home beating off to these fucking videotapes. I thought that since we had just acquired Jay Lethal, who was a star at that time off of TNA television, they had used him somewhat. They'd interacted him with Ric Flair. He was an incredible fucking worker, an incredible talker, and a stand-up fucking employee that you could send to personal appearances and station rep things and sponsor rep things. He was fucking gold. I thought since he was from the New Jersey area there, that was Rahway was 5 miles from his fucking hometown, and Final Battle was going to be in New York across the river, that Jay Lethal and Kevin Steen should be the main event at Final Battle for the sake of the nude fans, the television fans, and the people that just didn't fucking think that the goddamn wrestling world had to revolve around Steen and Generico climbing their ladders and doing their Tinker Toy exhibitions that they had to do. So Generico was playing ha-ha where it was because this is another one of these fucking things where it's like, well, Steen was talking to Generico and then Steen would tell Delirious what Generico was saying because Generico was being cute because he wasn't sure whether he's going to be able to do it or not. I'm like, fuck you fucking people. So I gave us an out. If Generico didn't come through and agree to be the main event with Steen at Final Battle in New York City, then we were going to shoot a goddamn deal in Rahway that would allow us to put Jay Lethal in that spot, and we wouldn't be caught unawares because I didn't trust these fucking clowns because they thought they were goddamn superstars. What they were at the time was glorified, highly complimented outlaw fucking mud show goofs. So anyway, the idea was that Jay Lethal was wrestling Kevin Steen in Rahway, New Jersey at the Rec Center. And Jay Lethal's mother and father, since they live 5 miles down the road, were going to come and see him. And they're sitting in the front row. And fucking Jay Lethal does all Jay Lethal shit, and they're cheering for him and everything. And then Steen takes over and starts getting some heat on him. And then they take a bump out to the floor, and his fucking Steen is goddamn beating the shit out of Jay Lethal. He doesn't really notice where he's at, but he's in front of Jay Lethal's parents. And I believe as the way it went, Jay Lethal's mother had a fucking soft drink and fucking threw it at Steen, and Steen, thinking it's some fucking fan, turns around and spits at Jay Lethal's mother and spits on his mother. And Lethal looks up and sees this and goes, "You motherfucker," because he thinks that Steen knew who he was spitting on, and regardless, even if he didn't, he just spit on his mother. And fuck you, and Jay Lethal goes fucking crazy and walks a dog on Kevin Steen's ass for a shoot, allegedly, for spitting on his fucking mother, which people could honestly fucking identify with. And we run a bunch of fucking referees and people out there to pull Jay Lethal off Kevin Steen because cooperation had broken down, and got Steen out of the fucking building and called the goddamn match off. And that was the tape that we were going to, I think we still probably showed it, but we were going to show if we needed to make Jay Lethal the challenger for Kevin Steen at Final Battle, because Generico didn't get the brown M&Ms taken out or whatever he was wanting at that point. Thankfully, I didn't make it to Final Battle, so I didn't have to see that fucking match, because Lethal was a much better choice for a mainstream audience worldwide, which technically we didn't have yet. But why, you dress for the job you want, not for the one you've got. So then the Ring of Honor fans in Belgium and Switzerland heavily criticized that they didn't give them a finish. In Rahway, New Jersey, at the fucking rec center. They were so far off lost the plot about what pro wrestling was that they didn't recognize an angle when they saw it.
Well, before we wrap this segment up, and again, the names that we came up with were the Young Bucks, Colt Cabana. Omega was never under consideration for that. It was more that while he was home, he would potentially
work a show on his Christmas vacation, but they didn't. And he lied. And of course, then later on, well, the big thing was he lied about the goddamn thing. He said later on that he really did hurt his ankle, but he had to be at a show in Japan to do something or other. But he sent a fucking picture of his gangrenous leg because I know it was Delirious, because Delirious fucking sent it to me. And I said, is he serious? He needs a serious fucking surgery immediately if this is his ankle. What kind of fucking jack-off is this? He's got a bad sense of humor. If he's sending bookers pictures of somebody else's fucking injury, they're just all fucking unprofessional outlaw idiots. I didn't have time for it. They weren't as important as the whole goddamn company.
And on the topic of Kevin Owens or Kevin Steen, despite the fact that both of you don't seem to like each other, you did nothing but try to push him to the top while you were there.
I did several other things besides pushing him to the top. I tried to talk him into losing weight, maybe possibly getting a fucking decent haircut and shaving once in a while, and dressing like a goddamn professional instead of a fat bum that just came off a goddamn pickup basketball game. All those things he did to some degree after he got a job that paid him more. So it wasn't whether he was a whore or not, we're just dickering over price.
Well, one last thing before we wrap things up. Shouldn't be a surprise. Another tweet from Dave about you while we've been talking about this.
What the fuck?
Someone tweeted, would Cornette have pursued the New Japan relationship or opposed it? Or was that outside the Booker's power? And Dave replied, he wouldn't have understood how to use it at the level Hunter did. If he was up on New Japan at all, he'd be singing their praises for their success. But instead, because they pushed Omega, he has a mind block on them as well. Oh, God. Mind block.
Mind block. Actually, one of the problems that I had with Greg the Office Boy in Sinclair Broadcasting was we wanted to bring some of the not fucking clowns like the Young Bucks, but the top New Japan guys at the time over for Final Battle to make it special. The first year that Sinclair owned the company, and Greg the Office Boy said, well, we should sell out Final Battle anyway. Well, we might fucking not. Well, I just don't know if I can ascribe any ticket revenue to the Japanese. It would have to be all internet pay-per-view revenue, and would they then justify a plane? That's when I stood up and I leaned over him. Over on the other side of the table, I said, you are trying to sit there and tell me that you've never seen a fucking pro wrestler in person before 6 months ago, but you're telling me and him, pointing to Hunter, what's going to fucking draw and what's not. And then as he stood there and looked at me, Joe Koff walked back in the room, and I decided I won't fucking jerk this fucking guy up right now. But no, the Japanese thing was a fucking no-brainer. Because that's the Ring of Honor audience wanted to see Japanese talent more than any other audience of any other promotion in the world. They just wouldn't fucking pony up to goddamn bring them in until when the New Japan relationship started with Ring of Honor. It started because they found out not only did they not have to fly the New Japan guys. The New Japan guys were doing their own transportation, like what they used to call them, the sojourns or the whatever, where the Japanese guys would come to America to be stars in the media to make it look like they were a bigger deal back in Japan. But they would send them over. All they had to do was pay the guys. And they'd work out a deal on goddamn paperwork. And then they didn't need paperwork in Toronto. That's another thing. New Japan guys are professionals, so they wouldn't come over without work visas or work paperwork or however they phrase it. And Sinclair wouldn't pay for that. But we found out that if the Japanese people came and worked for a goddamn American company running in Canada, they didn't need work papers. That's why the New Japan guys showed up in Ring of Honor in Canada first, because they got a fucking deal on it. It was all about money. I can't believe Dave's not this smart about the fucking wrestling business. But we certainly weren't going to use New Japan talents here from New Japan Wrestling, the Young Bucks, because they're from goddamn Pomona. There wasn't anything New Japan. We wanted the top New Japan guys. Whoever the top New Japan guy was, I didn't give a fuck. That was going to be Hunter's fucking thing. He goes Japan all the time. Fine. Pick the Japanese people that they'd want to fucking see.
And we've talked about this before. There's a false narrative that the Young Bucks were big stars in Japan for New Japan. I've spoken to Japanese wrestling reporters, and they say that they laugh at the idea of that it's quite the opposite. New Japan wasn't hurt by the Young Bucks leaving, and that's why they didn't care so much.
They ended up in the group. When the group, the Bullet Club, was watered down sufficiently, they ended up in it. Sort of like when Virgil ended up in the NWO. But
I guess my last point on this, Dave's tweet said that you didn't recognize stars and use them to their best value in Ring of Honor. We just went over a couple cards, one from 2011, one from 2012. Young Bucks weren't on those cards. Let's say you had brought in the Young Bucks and used them to whatever value they had at that time. They wouldn't have been the same Young Bucks they became, because their success became the anti-authority. Jim Cornette hates us. We're spot monkeys. We're going to put that on shirts. It kind of, idea that they weren't used in Ring of Honor became a big part of their propaganda, their story, their selling point. That's the
problem. The only way that they can get over is if they do all the jack-off shit that they've done, super kicking the fucking announcer and all the fucking clown show shit. Then people go, oh, look at them. Like they look at the fucking two dogs fucking on the side of the road. But you can't sacrifice your entire product and your entire company for these two jack-offs to get over. Once you allow them to do their shit, then nobody's going to take shit seriously, which is where Ring of Honor has been since they've been gone. What the fuck do we do after all of that? All that foolishness. And, we weren't going to cater the entire company to these two fucking underneath fucking small guys who weren't outstanding in any field of endeavor, whether it be in-ring work or goddamn talking or fucking look. They practiced their brotherly backyard gymnastics routine, and that was a good match for underneath middle card baby faces to have. But we weren't going to be flying them across the country to every fucking show and having to pay them $500 a fucking piece, because that's the level of payoff they were on when they left Kerry. So they expected to come back in at the same thing, and then Sinclair's looking at fuck $500 a piece for these two fucking grade school kids and 2 plane tickets from California. What the fuck? Anyway,
and again, they weren't then what they are now, and the idea that you couldn't recognize that they would leave Ring of Honor and then
nobody else recognized it either.
Yeah, no one did. And again, they used
all the people that weren't coming to see them at that time. They didn't recognize that either.
And they used leaving Ring of Honor and the fact that you weren't a big fan of their style of match being in the main events to get them into the main event. I mean, that was the whole pitch was Jim Cornette hates us. We're spot monkeys. We're killing the business. I mean, to this day, everything about them is all about Jim Cornette didn't like us.
But it's and that's the thing is they can't accept that they can't. It's like getting into baseball and having talents other than hitting, fielding, and pitching. Then do something else. They couldn't accept that they weren't any good at what professional wrestling is supposed to be. So the people that are weak-minded enough to let them just hijack their fucking program and do all their foolish bullshit that gets them over at the expense of everybody else that's stooging for them, good luck. And this is, once again, I think we're already seeing the rose begin to fucking, the bloom beginning to model a little bit on this, because how long can you watch these matches? How long can you watch these spoofs? They look all the same. They do the same shit over and over. It has no shelf life. Anyway.
Dave has defended you in his last tweet.
Well, let's hear that.
He's still tweeting about you.
He's still tweeting.
Someone said, let's not forget, Corny tried to make the boogeyman a big deal. And Dave said, that was WWE, not him.
Okay.
He tried to do the best with a terrible hand that was presented to him.
Well, at least he's not that completely that far gone that he doesn't remember that. Brian, I'll give you odds. 6 months, Dave Meltzer is going to have to be committed.
No, come on.
Somebody's going to have to step in, sign some papers. I'm telling you, he's not going to be able to feed himself. He's going to have gruel dribbling down his chin.
That's not.
It's going to get all over his skateboard. You want to bet on it?
No, I don't want to bet on that. But if I did, I would know where to go.
Well, I know where to go. I'll tell you where to go in a minute, but I know where to go right now, to my bookie. Because, folks, between the NFL, college ball, and MLB playoffs, there's no shortage of games to watch. And thousands of lines are available, betting lines, that is, on all your favorite sports and events, so you can turn your game day into payday with my bookie. If you want to back the big favorites, put a couple in parlay for a much bigger payout. You know those parlays, Brian, they make meaningless games exciting, but they make great games thrill-packed. And they give you a chance to turn ordinary bets into a real moneymaker. Don't forget underdogs. They got a ton of value. You bet on an underdog, he wins, you're cleaning up, you're farting through silk. Always bet on underdog, because when criminals in this world appear and break the laws that they should fear and frighten those who see and hear, the cry will go out from far and near for underdog. Folks, at my bookie, you can use the promo code JCE to claim a deposit match dollar for dollar all the way up to $1,000. That means you put in 100, they give you 100. You put in 500, they give you 500. You see where this is going. The more you put in, the more you get back. Get a head start on your winning season. Use promo code JCE for you to claim your matching bonus when you make your deposit. Stacked UFC cards, presidential prop bets. I know who I'm betting on there. All the major sports and more. Sign up today to begin your winning season exclusively at mybookie.ag. What does the AG stand for, Brian?
Attorney General.
Well, in some states. MyBookie. Go now. Do this. All right, well, it's time now for another human interest feature in our news report today. You know, Brian, they had one of the groups of the Outlaw Mud shows, the gatherings of them. See, there's only like 500 people in the country that watch this dreck. But like I said, like a Grateful Dead crowd, they go all around and follow them. And since Indiana has a Republican governor and they pretty much said, just hell with it, anything goes. They've got like almost 150,000 cases of coronavirus in the state of Indiana. We're not talking New York, Hong Kong, Paris, Moscow, Munich. Everybody's talking about pop music. We're talking about Indiana, cornfields. They're overridden with plague and pandemic, so they don't give a shit. So they let the Outlaw Mud show come in and bring all of their germs, and they had a big conclave with a bunch of shows. And the big news, at least I saw, because obviously I didn't watch any of these matches. I was not there in person, nor was I anxiously awaiting the results. But the big takeaway, the big news, the big photograph, the big thing that this whole weekend of outlaw mud show goofs running their, hey kids, let's put on a show in front of a scant few people in some local school gym somewhere. The big takeaway, a dwarf was forced to suck a rubber dick in a nearly empty gym somewhere in the state of Indiana last week, ladies and gentlemen. When have you ever heard that headline before?
Only in professional wrestling.
And it's not just a dwarf, it's the most famous dwarf in all of professional wrestling today, old Marco Stunt. Old Marco Stunted Growth. There is a picture that was circulating everywhere. There is a guy in wrestling tights and black fishnet pantyhose standing behind Marco Stunted Growth, who is on his knees, thankfully facing away from the aforementioned black stocking netted gentleman. But he's down on his knees, and the gentleman in the black fishnets, I didn't know if they were crotchless, I couldn't see that angle, is forcing Marco Stunted Growth's head down to where he will have to fillet a giant rubber penis with a suction cup that is sticking on a tray, because obviously you can't, I don't know if you're aware of this, Brian. I've tried a couple of times. It don't work. You can't suck, or you can't stick a suction cup dildo to a wrestling mat. It won't stick to canvas. It's got to be a hard, like a metal thing or glass, or glass works well, I will say. But anyway, he's trying to force the dwarf's head down to suck the penis. And the picture of this is everywhere, all over Twitter and all over social media. And I guarantee you that little Marco was probably thrilled to death that this picture went viral, as was all over every place and got such publicity. He probably got a tickle out of that, which explains a lot that he would even do this, but much less that he would want it to be seen. And also, it illustrates how stupid, ignorant, amateurish, unprofessional, and completely devoid of any common sense this whole band of merry pranksters is that now populates the wrestling fucking industry. Because that little, and here's another thing. Here's how Tony Khan is not only an amateur rookie promoter, but also apparently has absolutely no balls, and he has everybody's friendship, but absolutely nobody's respect. That little picture right there could have got Tony Khan's, and still might, who knows, could have got Tony Khan's whole little vanity project kicked right off the air. And it speaks to the amateur hour nature of this whole thing and the inexperience that they don't even realize that. I bet you Tony Khan might have been tickled at that and certainly didn't think, well, here could have been my whole goddamn empire and all this money I've spent on my father's could have been poured down the well. But these fucking people seriously don't think you can get kicked off television for. Would you like me to explain to people how you can get kicked off TV for something like that?
Yes.
Well, let's say that, for example, some executive in the Turner Network hierarchy, what is it, Time Warner now, or whatever the fuck their corporate leadership is, has some fucking jack-off teenage kid that likes this shit. And so therefore it's on his computer, it's on his phone in his house, or they're giggling about it or whatever. Because this can happen, because that's another reason why one of these days I'll still squeeze Wade Keller's throat until his britches are full. Because when we were trying to get on a television station in Virginia back in the 90s with Smoky Mountain Wrestling, one of the station managers' kids subscribed to the Wrestling Torch and had read that we were going to go out of business. So that's why they said that was one of the reasons why we didn't pick up your program. Well, we did go out of business. 2 years later, But anyways, somebody in the Turner Executive Network has a kid that likes this shit, and they see it. And let's say that executive's wife is in a sexual group of some kind, whether it's sexual abuse or sexual trafficking or sexual Donnybrooking or whatever. And she says, honey, is this one of those fucking wrestlers on your goddamn network, on this show that you're talking about, that is being forced to suck this rubber schlong after I'm about to go speak to the goddamn anti-sexual abuse women's committee or whatever the fuck? Brian Last, is it a fact or is it not a fact that from the time that Turner in 1988 bought World Championship Wrestling, that there were high-ranking executives in that company, the way it was configured at that time, that hated wrestling, didn't want to have anything to do with wrestling, and took every opportunity to try to stick a fucking knife in the goddamn wrestling company that they owned because they didn't want it on their air?
Yes.
This has been well documented.
Remember when you couldn't call foreign objects? They became international objects?
Well, yes. And I mean, that was, but that was funny stories that we've told. But the forces that were at work were like, what the fuck? We don't want wrestling. But other people, including at the time Ted Turner, wanted wrestling. And one of the reasons why that they had no more wrestling was because at first the haters in Turner couldn't do anything when it was a wrestling company. Well, they lost $8 million last year. Well, that wasn't anything in the scheme of things to them. And then all of a sudden, Bischoff and the Stooges lucked into the fucking hot period, the 3 years where they made a fucking fortune, and the haters had to sit back. And then all of a sudden, when that fell apart because they didn't really know how they'd done it, so they couldn't fucking keep it going, then all the haters came back out because now they're losing $60 million. And that was and Ted Turner didn't have the power that he had 13 years previously or whatever, and blah, blah, blah. And they had a buyer for the company, and they still were doing ratings that now TBS would kill for. But they stabbed it in the back as soon as they got the chance. They put it out of business. It wasn't because it was a bad show or a good show. It was because a show they didn't want to have. And so every time, besides the fact that these outlaw fucks are going around doing these independent shows and then coming back to AEW with all of their testing, and already one of the guys at the group of Mud Show participants this past weekend in Indiana has tested positive, so he's told everybody, well, you better get tested, just make sure. Name's Handy Dan or Dan the Man or whoever the fuck he is. Besides coming back to infect your AEW bubble where you're supposed to be doing all this great testing, this fucking idiot on your television program, Tony Khan, is trying to get you kicked off the fucking air by having pictures of him going around the world being forced by a man in fucking black fishnet stockings to suck a rubber cock in front of people. And you don't think there's a chance that even if a sponsor might not like that somebody in network might not like that if they find out that that's one of the people that they're showing for 2 hours on Wednesday nights from 8 to 10 in prime time? You fucking blithering dipshits. And it's not like I'm making shit up. What got Calgary Stampede Wrestling kicked off the air and almost bankrupted them and then broke in the Ed Whalen era? When Iron Mike DiBiase said if brains were gasoline, the people of Calgary wouldn't have enough to blow their nose. And they canceled the show. They can cancel a show for anything they want. That's another reason. When I was doing the third-party bookings in the WWF office in the late 90s, not only for the Steve Austins and the Rocks and the stars of the world to go do these big autograph signings at these malls, but also because I knew the independent promoters. That's why they gave me the job of booking the guys who were on the card or middle card underneath, weren't booked all the time. They could go out and make an extra $500, $750, sometimes $1,000, plus do Polaroids on independent shows. They still allowed this. My job was to make sure they didn't get booked anywhere that they'd have to do anything stupid. Of course, back then there was no thought of possibly being forced to suck a rubber cock in the middle of the ring. But it was, don't have the guys working in bad rings where they'll get hurt. Don't have them getting juice. Don't have them working for any promoters that don't pay their taxes or have their licenses up to date, which is where Dennis got me in a issue a time or two. Don't make any news as a representative of the WWF, such as obviously the guys, there were no intergender matches in those days, but they weren't going to be doing angles where they were pile driving women, even though they were doing it on television on Raw. I wouldn't allow my guys to do it on those shows because the office was concerned about that, because it was a professionally run organization. Say what you want about their product. I guarantee you it would not be taken well if the head of program, and also didn't they just change their Kevin Riley, the guy that greenlit this whole thing, is out. They've got new people in. Do you think the new head of programming would like it if his wife or secretary or co-worker or child or somebody on the street said, hey, see this fucking midget about to suck this rubber cock? He's on your show every week. Fuck. Are they all out of their minds?
Well, that's the second worst thing to involve one of the members of the Stunt family that weekend.
Second worst.
You heard about the other thing, right?
The first thing or the second thing? I don't know what thing we're talking about.
I didn't know this until...
He did something worse than being forced on his knees to suck a rubber cock and blah, blah, blah.
No, it wasn't him. Apparently, and I was unaware of this until recently, Marco Stunt has a brother who wrestles also.
Oh, joy.
Logan Stunt.
Oh,
and
boy.
Here's the headline. I saw this because a bunch of people sent it over, but I have a story here that kind of encapsulates everything. This is from Ringside News by Felix Upton. Logan Stunt accused of sexual harassment at the Collective.
Oh, good Lord.
Logan Stunt has been accused of sexual harassment and inappropriate behavior at the Collective. He's the brother of AEW star Marco Stunt, a woman who makes pro wrestling gear named Tina Louise. Not that one.
Wait a minute.
Not that one.
Not the same one that was stranded on Gilligan's Island.
No, actually, she was married to a friend of my grandmother's son. But anyway.
That was very random, but go ahead.
But it was. We knew Tina Louise. But anyway, a woman who makes pro wrestling gear named Tina Louise went to the Collective to deliver some of her creations to clients. Logan Stunt then apparently went out to her car, and in her words, he tried to grope me twice, wanting to see my breasts. She tried to laugh it off, but internally she was uncomfortable. She also told Stunt how uncomfortable she was. This caused her to miss many shows throughout the Collective. She included everything she experienced in a 4-page story detailing the entire ordeal. Stunt texted her the next day following the incident. He said, if I did anything to make you upset, I'm sorry. If I got the wrong idea, I'm sorry. I thought you were into me. Sorry for getting the wrong idea.
Oh, good Lord.
She replied back, thank you. And there's a whole bunch of text here. She told the whole story. And then since that time, a couple things have happened. It appears whenever we run shows again, I don't know if SUP is the promotion or just an account, but it says Logan Stunt will not be... SUP. Logan Stunt will not be welcome at our shows or anywhere near the building. And also, it appears that Black Label Pro, which is another indie group, will not be using Logan Stunt going
what
forward.
Does this little fucking cretin look like? We know what his fucking dwarf brother looks like. What's this guy?
He looks just like his brother. The photo is from the waist up. I don't know if he's a short. I'm going to guess he's not. But it's the same gene pool. I mean, basically.
He looks like he crawled out from under the fucking double wide trailer in the trailer park.
And then, I don't know if I should say this part, so I don't know if I should say this part. So, but yeah.
Well, is it written there? Is it some opinion that you have that you...
No, this was also sent to me. Hearing? This was also sent to me today related to this. And I'll just say it. It's someone who I kind of want to root for, but every time I see him on social media, I think he may be a fucking idiot. Brian Pillman Jr.
Oh.
Then wrote to this Tina Louise girl Someone else asked for permission. They got it. They posted the exchange, and damn, what it is that? I guess he was trying to get information about this, and the end of it that I saw here was after she said what was going on, he said, okay, but this kid's whole career might be ruined. And the woman responded, Tina Louise, oh, okay, so I can live with how shit happened and disrespected, not to say anything because of his career. What about mine, Brian? I busted my ass gear making for 5 years, traveling, learning, etc., and this made me want to give it up. He was basically trying to tell her, what you coming forward with this accusation is going to ruin.
Yeah, it's going to ruin the guy. Well, here's the thing, Brian, that's a good thing. The less of these stunts that we have in the professional wrestling industry, the better off. So it's a win-win. The woman got the chance to tell her story, and if it keeps us from having to look at any of the stunted family, then that's a positive besides that. And what the fuck? Now these little fucking tree elves think that they're goddamn superstars. They're fucking running around like Ryan was. We're living the life of a rock star. Hairy little fucking sacks of goddamn fucking feathers that don't weigh 100 pounds that look like little small girls going around groping and feeling up fucking women because they're goddamn big celebrities now. They're going to overstep their fucking bound. As a matter of fact, I'll go ahead and say this. I don't remember whether I said this or not. I heard about this. Fuck it. I'm going to go ahead and say it because I'm proud of him. Remember when they had that show in the Memphis area in South Haven, Mississippi, the AEW show, and they had the Memphis Legends?
Yeah.
And they announced Bill Dundee. And then by the next week, they had unannounced him, and he did not end up being there. I heard the reason was because apparently this fucking family of tree elves is from Mississippi, and they started working on outlaw shows in Mississippi. And at one point, little Marco had been on a show with Bill Dundee, and Dundee either didn't like his fucking attitude or just didn't like the way he was fucking exposing the goddamn wrestling business and slapped the fucking teetotal shit out of him. And I've felt a few of Dundee's fucking slap the teetotal shit out of you. And I'm surprised it didn't goddamn paralyze Mr. Stunt. But I can't believe these two little pricks. I didn't know about the other little prick, but I can't believe this little prick has existed in a professional wrestling locker room trying to pull his fucking little Banny Rooster bullshit, and somebody not fucking just pile driven him and thrown him out in the parking lot.
So wait, that's why Bill Dundee wasn't on that tribute to Memphis Wrestling? Because he had slapped Marco Stunt?
That's what I heard, because he slapped the shit out of Marco Stunt, and Marco called the fucking office and narked on him. Wasn't comfortable being around him. Probably, well, can you imagine? Because Dundee would have fucking slapped the shit out of him again if he'd have seen him. If you fuck with the wrestling business, Dundee will slap the shit out of you. And just the existence of that little fucking gremlin is embarrassing to the wrestling business. And now his brother's a pervert. Well, good. Now we know the whole fucking hee-haw family got something wrong with him.
Who did Jerry Jarrett slap? Why wasn't he there?
Well, are you kidding? Jerry Jarrett wasn't going to go to an outlaw show in Mississippi to begin with. Is it time for our interview segment?
I think so.
I think it is. Folks, we've been promoting this for the past week now. Last week, we talked about Andre the Giant, his career, the excellent book that Bertrand Hebert and Pat LaPrade have written, Eighth Wonder of the World. We did the watch along. If you listened to this past week's drive through and then watched the match with us, we did a watch along of the famous match with Andre against Stan Hansen in Japan. It's kind of been an Andre week, so we want to bring you this interview that we did just moments before we went on the air here today with Bertrand Hebert, the co-author, along with Pat LaPrade, of Eighth Wonder of the World, the biography of Andre the Giant. And Brian, without further ado, unless you can think of anything that I have left out of this introduction, let's go to that interview now. All right, on the line with us now, direct from lockdown in his own home country, we have the co-author of the eighth wonder of the world, the true story of Andre the Giant, a weighty hardback tome with a wonderful dust cover, color pictures throughout, and I recommend it to everybody. He is none other than Bertrand Hebert. And Bertrand, thank you for being back on the program. It's been a while since we've had you.
Yeah, it's been a while, but thank you again for the invitation, sir. It's a pleasure. I am a avid listener of the shows, on both shows, actually.
And don't take it personally of how long it's been. It's just that how can we miss you if you won't go away? But
exactly.
We've been talking Andre a little bit on the programs that we do lately. Last week on The Experience, we mentioned you were going to be with us, and we did a segment on shoots where we mentioned his match with Kira Maeda. We're going to talk a little bit about that later on. And then also this past week on the drive-thru, we did a watch-along of his match in Japan, the famous match with Stan Hansen that I did an interview with Stan a few years ago, and he really credited that match with getting him over in Japan and how Andre was so not charitable, but giving in that match. So we've been talking a lot about Andre, but this book, when I got it, is one of my favorite wrestling books because when I read a book about something I'm interested in, I always want to learn stuff I didn't know. And there was more of that in this book than any other book that I can think about a wrestler of the modern era that I actually was either a fan of or was in the business at the same time. You guys do incredible research, and it's not only a wrestling book, it's a true biography. It's a book about the man and his personal life as well as his professional career. And so kudos. How did you guys tackle this thing? Where did you get started?
First, thank you very much, sir. I mean, it's a pleasure. And it's always, for me, something that I shoot for. I mean, what I don't know, that's what I want to find out, and that's what I want to share. And in the case of wrestlers from that era, and especially Andre, there's so much of everything mixed between reality, fiction, and whatever the promoter wanted at the time. So it is a passion project to put everything together. Actually, I mean, when we first released Mad Dogs, Midgets, and Screwjobs in 2013 about the Montreal wrestling territory, Andre's nephew, Boris, came to the book launch in Montreal because he lives now in Montreal as well. So we kept in touch with him and the family in that fashion for a long, long time. And even back then, I mean, doing a book about Andre was, one of the projects we would want to tackle. So that gave us an in with the family that we built over the years. And then, when the HBO documentary became a thing, Pat got involved in that and was able to get a little bit more information. And he went to France to see the family. So we were already really tight with the family. And now that we had the HBO documentary, Andre was a little bit more of a hot topic for our publisher, and we finally got that green light. So we were very happy, and we just dove into this with everything we had, and we wanted to find out who he was. And it's fascinating to me much more who the person was behind all of this, because, and in the case of Andre, he basically erased Andrei Rousimov almost to replace himself with that character. And that had a price also along the way, which is the tragic part of the whole story.
Well, yeah, and so many people saw the documentary, but it's been written about, and you guys did a wonderful job of covering the stages of his disease, the pituitary gland, when he found out, the whole 9 yards through his, but he made that bargain where if he felt like if he did anything to change what made him Andre, he wouldn't be Andre. And you guys did a great job of telling that through the whole book.
Yeah. And there was also a time issue of everybody wanting and him liking the travel and the hanging out and the parties, and he didn't want to stop that. got on the ride, and he just wanted to keep on going. So any attempt of taking care of that issue meant at least a few months off, and for things to cool down. And it doesn't cool down for quite a while. I mean, that's why, I mean, the ankle injury would have been a perfect timing as far as getting that done at the same time, especially now that he was getting that diagnostic in English and that he was a little bit more at ease with the language. And he was already a big star by the late 70s, early 80s. And, but he chose not to. Was it scary? I don't know. It is. I mean, it is brain surgery. So who wouldn't be scared? And there was always a risk of things going wrong and having some long-term issue following that. But there was never any doubt that he would have not remained a giant. It would have changed maybe his life expectancy. He would have had to change his diet more than likely. Probably change his beverage intakes as well. And things of that nature. So obviously that's a lot. And he was a very private person. He didn't spoke about this with his family. So he had basically Jackie and Frenchie at the ranch. And as far as confidence goes, so that's just the decision he made, because that surgery was available for decades. And it could have been done, but the fact that it was never diagnostic as a young man in France, that's probably where things could have gone a different way as far as taking care of that in its due time. But it would made him Andre, that's for sure. And from there, he just kept on building on that and never looked back. And his belief that that's how things were. And, we've heard that. I had heard that story so often about him saying, well, I'm not going to leave to be an old man, so I want to take advantage of life.
Yeah.
And so that pretty much was the rule he lived by,
the book also, something I didn't even know about the entire wrestling business. I was not aware of how big wrestling was, pro wrestling in France in the 60s. Yeah. And that was an eye opener because, I mean, it wasn't France is not as big a country as the United States, and it wasn't a territorial system set up per se, but still pro wrestling was very popular in France. They had stars. They were drawing big crowds in the thousands. How long a period of time did that last? And was it pure luck that Andre, because in any other era, a giant Frenchman like that may have never been noticed, but wrestling was in a hot period.
Yeah, I mean, it's considered the golden age of the catch, as they called it in France, where, it was very popular. It was live on television, and different promoters, shared the territory, if you will, for quite a while, because business was really good. And Andre was there towards the end of that, a couple of years before, being Andre, he ended up being moved on to bigger and better things because of his special look. But what's interesting to me the most in France is that since he was a local, I mean, you would imagine that they would have pushed him right away as this giant attraction and all that. But that will only came once he is in America. He comes to America. In France, those guys that were the promoters, they were also their own top stars. So, they didn't want to push themselves aside to let Andre in. They did give him good breaks, that led to his Japanese deal. He was a top player for a while, but he was, never put in a position to be the guy or to be ahead of those promoters that actually owned the business. I mean, for the same reason, when he finally went to England, I mean, he ended up doing jobs for Kendo Nagasaki in his hometown, which, made him about a draw for a year or so in British wrestling at the time, because, once again, they didn't go all the way on him because the promoters were the owners, more likely than not. So that last.
Well, now think about this though. Think about this. I think it was better for Andre because in those early years he had to learn to work. If they had because the promoters today, right? If they decide, okay, we're going to push this guy, well, then they're not going to hear anything other than we're going to push this guy. But at least he had since he wasn't being featured, he wasn't being focused around when he was brand new, because Andre was such an underrated worker. So many people, especially, we made the point with the watch along, so many people only saw him in the mid 80s with the national TV expansion and, in the WWF. To see him as a really a great worker who worked with guys commensurate with their size and his size in a proper fashion psychologically, and could still athletically go in the early 70s and mid 70s. And even, as we saw in Japan into the early 80s, he was something. And he learned that by not being featured as just an immobile giant until Vince got a hold of him.
That is correct. And, he was trained the right way at the time, and just like any other boys. So he was very good at the basics. And as Rick Martel underlined to us, his knowledge of wrestling psychology and when and how and what to do and when to do it was very underrated. When you actually worked with him, even by the late 80s, he knew when to do things. And when he was a young man, he could go. That's just amazing how much he could go. And actually, it's Paul Vachon who kept telling him once he got to Montreal to stop working like those European guys. Because they wanted him to work as a giant. They wanted, that famous line that the WWE is using on every new giant that comes along, work like a giant. That took a while because he just wanted to wrestle and he wanted to make people look good and all that. So that took a little while, and that's what he learned first in Montreal, I think, is okay, I'm becoming an attraction, and there's certain things I should do, certain things I should not do. So that took a while during those years to learn, but he turned pro in 1966, and he came to Montreal, what was it, 71? Yeah, 72.
72. So 5-6 years in, that's the learning curve for a guy to start. Even a guy that size, it does you an injustice sometimes, especially when he was still young. It does you an injustice when you're pushed from the start right away, and you don't learn how to work and to have matches. But then, because of his unique size and look, and especially as he got bigger weight wise, and started filling out into the modern Andre, because he was quite a thin young man when he started. That's when they had to use him as an attraction, and it was natural in Montreal. And then he starts learning how to work as a main event guy. And the book also illustrates how huge he was, no pun intended, but as a box office attraction in Montreal, he's tailor-made. It's one of the great cities in North America for wrestling. The French Canadian population. Here comes a giant from France. It's a promoter's dream, and the Vachons had to be creaming themselves.
Oh yeah. And they were going to war with the Rougeau family and All-Star Wrestling. So Andre changed the balance of power totally. It jump-started Grand Prix Wrestling. Andre became a main event. They were running two main event a night. One was the Giant and Carpentier on one side and the Vachon on the other, with the Leducs often enough. So it's like they hit the jackpot. And locally here, to this day, any French superstar can become a star here. And now we have turned it around and sent a lot of our stars to France, where they became bigger than ever. Starting with Celine Dion, if we want to name an example, who first became a big star in France. So
who'd she ever beat?
That happened on a regular basis.
Who did Celine Dion ever beat? I don't know about Celine
Dion, beating anyone, but she became a big star. So locally, he became big. He was shooting sitcoms. He was being brought in for sitcoms. He did the interviews on television, newspapers. He was everywhere. And he was hanging out in all the cool bars in town as well, making friends and becoming a little bit bigger than life already.
Well, now, and for the younger fans or those who haven't read the book, when we talk about he was big in Montreal and drawing big crowds. Let's explain to the young folks. This was especially, as you said, at the time of a promotional war between the Rougeaus and the promotion that the Vachons was affiliated with. And obviously that's a whole story in and of itself, which you guys have covered in fantastic detail. But we're talking crowds of 10, 15, 20,000 people, outdoor shows, ballpark shows, and two promotions coexisting and doing mega business at the same time for a while there. It was huge. What was the population of Montreal in those days when they're putting 20,000 people plus in a ballpark?
I mean, the ratings at the time were each show was drawing over 1 million viewership each weeks. And the population in the greater Montreal area was maybe, I would say at the time and that's pure speculation on my part, but I would say no more than 1 million, 1.5, maybe in the greater Montreal, and the population in Quebec at the time was probably around 5 million.
So you had, people talk about New York City and Madison Square Garden, but per capita, Montreal was wrestling crazy. A city, half or a third the size of New York is still huge at the time, but you have two promotions drawing mega crowds in different buildings, and the TV ratings were through the roof. And Andre was one of the main guys, driving those numbers because he was now officially a main event star.
Yeah. And he spoke French, so locally, I mean, that just made him. I mean, he was like the succession of Carpentier, and Carpentier hooked up to him as well to be his partners. So it was a natural transition in making Andre that local draw. And obviously, I mean, that would spilled outside of our borders pretty quickly, because promoters being promoters, they saw money in Andre and they were all right.
Well, explain how that the deal with Vern Gagne and the AWA had ended up where, because most people think that Andre didn't really start touring the United States until 74 when Vince Sr. put him under contract and started booking him out. But he appeared in a lot of AWA cities in 72 and 73. He was in Indianapolis. The first time I ever heard of him, because this was before really he made the big magazine cover with him and Don Leo Jonathan and the match of the century, that Apters magazine did, that was so famous from the Montreal, program they did. But he was advertised in Indianapolis in the Expo Center as the monster Roussimoff. And Sam Menaker is doing the stand-ups. He's 7 feet. I think they said he was 7'5". And, Bruiser's going to just exaggerate everything, even exaggerations. But he was on television, the match that he had in Indianapolis. So I got to see him on TV because I could see Bruiser's local TV. But explain how he got a chance to do those Midwest shows and kind of give the people in the United States a little taste of it.
Yeah, well, the Vachon had the connection with that part of the country, and when the match of the century started to spill out of Montreal and the good business that they were doing with the Giant, I mean, obviously everybody wanted to have a crack at it, and so Dick the Bruiser and ultimately Vern, I mean, they all they all wanted him. So it was in and out, and the name Andre the Giant then came right away. There was the monster Roussimoff and a few others that we discuss in the books. It and miss trying to figure out the best course of action. So they did make that, but like everything else, I mean, once he got to WWF, they rewritten everything around and center it around their own universe. So I mean, that's just part of how things are. I mean, the original bio they produce, I mean, had about 14 pages before he got to WWF. I think we have like over 100 pages or something. So it's like that's just how, and it's all part of his legend as well. What is true, what is not true, and that goes even to the famous Sports Illustrated story on him that would come in the 80s, which was filled with fantasy. but is quoted to this day as being the truth, and among others about Vince Sr. getting him and being the first promoter and all of that. That all comes from those stories that were repeated and written down, and it is what it is. And even with the book out there, and even with the HBO documentary, that cleared some stuff and bring new evidence. I mean, I'm still expecting, because of the nature of Andre's story and the legends, and how a little bit out of this reality the character has become, people will keep on quoting things from different era as being the truth, even though we have uncovered so many things. And that's part of the charm as well of the whole story of Andre, is that there's those nuggets everywhere that you can find and explore, and him being there for Bruiser or for Vern are just some among many.
Well, it's so ridiculous. People think that Vince Sr. would have discovered Andre when everybody knows that Andre moved that tree out from under Edward Carpentier's car.
Exactly.
And that's the real story. But, and it, like you said, it depended on the promoter and the area, and they would create their own backstories. But then it kind of coalesced when Vince Sr. was perceptive enough to realize that this guy can be the biggest attraction in wrestling, and signed him to a contract unlike any other contracts he had or any other deals he had had with any wrestlers up to that point, where the whole idea was to be his booking agent and not keep him in the old WWF territory all the time, but make him a touring attraction and make him special, which is that, how can I miss you if you won't go away? That probably, even though along with that came, really work like a giant. The Vachons wanted him to work psychologically like a giant. The WWF principle and then current day Vince inherited, was always work like a giant and don't do a lot of stuff, right? So it may have prolonged Andre's career in that he wasn't doing the hard type of territory matches that he'd been doing, and a lot more work, except when he went to Japan. But that's where, I guess 80% of the time when he went out in the touring territories, unless it was a place where he was going often and he was really used well and it was a big drawing city, he'd do the Andre match. He'd do all of he'd stand up under the headlock. He'd do his big man stuff, but there wasn't a lot of burden on him to have a tear down the house match, because it was just the theory of seeing Andre. So it saved the big matches, the big gates. We remember the big confrontations, whether it be the first round with Hogan that everybody remembers, but they won't talk about, or later on. But in Japan, the people still got to see Andre in the 70s and into the 80s. Because of the style there, he even got to be a heel, which Vince Sr. would never, ever allow. And he was such a great monster, which is where they came up with the name Monster Rusimov. But he was such a great monster heel in Japan and had such an intimidating aura, and was able to do it. Did you ever ask anybody, was it fun for him to do that over there, to be somebody different in Japan than he got to be over here?
I mean, from what we know of Andre, I mean, I think probably he is, but it once again, very private person, not even to family would discuss a lot of things. So it's kind of hard to point out how much he enjoyed or did not enjoy his Eelish or monster role. Although, as we know later on, towards the end of his career with WWF, I mean, he kind of enjoyed being able to be a prick to everybody, because it was so much time consuming to always be the nice person or the nice guy. And in Japan, he could do that, blow everybody up, and it wouldn't change his image or his drawing power or anything like that. So he must have enjoyed it at a certain level to be able to be a heel, especially that, there's some build-up frustration being that size and having to travel. And in Japan, people wanted to touch him and here, I mean, my biggest thing is, try to imagine Andre today with everybody having a camera in their pocket. I think he wouldn't go anywhere. He couldn't go anywhere. At the height of his popularity, I mean, he shows up and everybody wants a picture with him. Everybody. And everybody has a camera. So how much time he would have wasted waiting and trying to get out of things like that would have been, I don't think he would have gone through it without becoming a heel much earlier than that in the United States. So obviously, I mean, he must have enjoyed this at a certain level because of all the pressure of being angry all the time.
Yeah, I can tell you from FanFest, it's hard work being cheerful. But yeah, that's the thing. Like Vince Sr. would not hear of him being a heel, and even when Bruno suggested let's book the match, let's go to a stadium, Vince Sr. said no, it'll hurt one of you, and he wasn't going to do that. But Vince Jr. finally, he knew the end was coming because of Andre's physical limitations, and okay, here we go, the mega match, the dream match that we can act like we've never promoted because it's been 7 years, the 7-year rule. And then, like you said, Andre finally got to get some of his frustrations out on. I know how sometimes baby faces like switching heel just because they can get some of their frustrations out about all the things that have been bugging them. But toward the end of his career in Japan, he had an incident. We talked about that on last week's show. He'd been a heel a lot in Japan, but by the nature of the country, and he wrestled everybody, and he was an icon, and he had anointed a few stars with like Hansen with the opportunity to slam him or to really look competitive, but he had the match with Akira Maeda, and we talked about last week all the political problems that Maeda had. The shoot style promotions he wanted to do. He was very anti-American style wrestling. And he was in the middle of all of these issues. You researched the match with Andre that fell apart, that Inoki himself had to come out and put a stop to. And there's also, there's all sorts of opinions on what would have happened. Well, if Andre had done this, then he would have got him. Well, if Maeda could have done that, everybody wants to speculate, but it was ugly to watch. What led up to this, as best as you can tell from Andre's perspective? And, was that was probably the only time in his career that anybody ever, more than momentarily, tried to get smart.
Yeah. As far as we know, I mean, really smart like that. Yeah. And the time frame of it, I mean, it's important to think it's around WrestleMania 2 or in that time period. And if you watch the WrestleMania 2 Battle Royal, you can see in how bad of a shape Andre is.
Yeah.
So that's the shape he's in for that match. I mean, it's our understanding from research that Sakaguchi wanted to rib Maeda, and there was probably a little of his pot steering with Andre, because we've talked that Andre was trained old school, respect the business, kayfabe, and it's important, veterans and rookies and all of that stuff, and that's why he was the boss WWE, and he had to shake his hands and all that. So he was unhappy about the way Maeda at talk about the business, and that's the frame of mind he was in when he got there. I mean, he kind of pushed for that reaction. Although, as we said in the book, I mean, who got pranked in all of this? Maybe more the fans than anybody else, because that's just a very sad spectacle to watch as this falls apart and Maeda throws those kicks and Andre is pissed off and not selling anything and looking at him and then yelling at him to let him go and things of that nature, like that makes no sense at all. And they have to stop the match, and Frenchie Bernard is the referee. A bunch of things in there don't make much sense business wise. So obviously, I mean, there was a little bit of a ribbing or spot steering, and people wanted, hoping Andre could teach him a lesson or something. I mean, Andre drops his whole weight on him at some point. It's like, but Andre was not the physical specimen that he had been just a few years earlier. Because if 86, he's completely not the same person anymore. In 83, 84, he's still, he can still do a few things and he still can go. But by that time in 86, he had no chance of being able to put enough pressure on to do anything of impact. And Maeda is kind of half going after and not doing things. And at some point he gets told not to pin him by someone at ringside. So it's like, it's a big mess of, two stubborn people. One didn't want to look bad and the other one wanted to teach a lesson, but none really being able to go all the way on this. It's just, things that happen. But I think,
it shows one thing: the wrestling business is the same no matter the country, because they used to have a saying, maybe one was scared and the other one was glad of it. But they also, I can see, because obviously we talked about Maeda really stirring things up and causing problems and issues, and the way he was talking about the business and the shoot kick with Choshu that would come later, and just all the things in that time period. I can see Inoki and/or Sakaguchi saying, "Yeah, in Japanese, yeah, he's in there with the giant. Let's show him a lesson." And because also promoters and bookers, everybody in the business in those days, once you were over in their mind as who you are, people would still say, "Well, we ought to put him in there with Lou Thez when Thez was 80," and actually, still it probably would have still worked because it was Thez, but. They probably were thinking this is the Andre that we have known for the past 15 years. And unfortunately, because then let's face it, Mr. Maeda would have been in the deep shit if it had been, 5 years earlier. Yeah. But it shouldn't have gone that far in front of people. I'm surprised at guys like Inoki and/or Sakaguchi putting their ego in front of, and they're being pissed at Maeda in front of their business and doing that in front of fans. If more like Inoki was the richest guy in wrestling, he should have said, "Andre, here's 50 grand. Go fuck this guy up in the closet." Right? I could buy that rather than doing it in front of the fans, kill your business. But anyway, there's so many stories in this book. If I keep you any longer and you tell all of them, nobody will buy the book. But it is The Eighth Wonder of the World, The True Story of Andre the Giant by Bertrand Hebert and Pat LaPrade. And as I said, it weighs 3 pounds at least, so it's good. But I got the hardback with the dust jacket. How can you get this book? Well, if anybody wants to out there.
I mean, the book is available in any good bookstore, obviously. I mean, depending on your state and what's open or not open, obviously, any good bookstore can order it for you. Or obviously, there is the Barnes & Nobles online or Amazon that will deliver the book directly to you, or deliver the ebook or Kindle version to you if you prefer that method. And there's even an audio book available for people who prefer to hear the story rather than read it. So I mean, it's been very humbling as we went along on this promoting the book, because you work on this for 2 years, so at some point you don't remember, is it really good or is it just us? So the fact that you embrace the book so much and gave us so much praise. I mean, it's humbling, but at the same time, very rewarding, because you work on this, you want it to be good, you share your passion, and you hope for the best. And I think we've delivered a book that truly brought justice to Andrei Roussimoff through the career of Andre the Giant.
And by the way, and you mentioned Frenchie Bernard. What a gimmick Frenchie was. He would come to visit the boys sometimes in the Carolinas and come to some of the shows just to hang out. And I mean, the jeans from top to bottom and the cowboy hat with the feather and the boots. Did he ever take his boots off?
Well, that the story doesn't tell, but obviously, I mean, Frenchie became that guy that took care of Andre's business at home, and someone that he trusted with his wife at the time, Jackie, and not a lot of people got that close to Andre. But once again, I mean, Frenchie was French Canadian, so that is a team also all along the way, from Ronnie Garvin to Rick Martel to Maurice Vachon. Andre took a liking to French Canadians, and they became part of his group on a regular basis, and the people that he loved to hang around with, to talk about their French language, and also to taste French food, which Andre loved, and all that. So that is a little bit also of the real Andrei Roussimoff in there. How much he loved where he came from and everything that reminded him of France.
Including Frenchie, who once again, just what a great gimmick he was. He was always in a good mood. Hey, and the long beard and the whole 9 yards. He looked like he came from a cabin in Montana instead of out in eastern North Carolina.
Well, I think the cabin, but from Gaspésie, which is a very up north in Quebec, so it's similar, but part of the world.
All right, thank you, Bertrand. Tell Pat we said hello.
Okay,
and
will.
We encourage everybody, go out or don't go out. Stay in and order the book. You can do that now. You don't have to go outside for your reading pleasure. The Eighth Wonder of the World: The True Story of Andre the Giant.
Well, there it is, Jim, your interview with Bertrand Hebert along with Pat LaPrade. They wrote Eighth Wonder of the World, The Story of Andre the Giant. We said it on the drive-thru, say it again here. Possibly the greatest wrestling biography ever written. Everyone should go out of their way and get this book. It's not, and I'm not saying this with a negative connotation, but it's not just a wrestling book.
Yeah.
It's so much more than that.
Well, we mentioned it's like a biography of any other great sports figure, political figure, entertainer, whatever. It's everything. It's really well done.
I just decided to check to see, because it's been a little while. We have another tweet from Dave Meltzer.
Oh, God.
About
breaking news again. It's a fluid situation. What now?
He's responding once again to Matt Randazzo.
I'm liking Matt. Matt sounds like a perceptive individual.
Here's Matt's tweet. We'll see if your feelings stay the same. I'm not suggesting Jim Cornette's booking approach would be ideal for, again, the exact indie market that Ring of Honor then and AEW is catering to. Clearly it isn't. I'm suggesting that completely catering to that market isn't the goal for a mass market promotion. And Dave replied,
and by the way, I agree wholeheartedly with Matt. If we'd have had all the fans we needed in Ring of Honor as it existed, Kerry wouldn't have had to sell it, and we wouldn't have to be trying to appeal to more fans.
Dave's response was, his stuff wouldn't work mainstream. I have a teenager, and while they are not fans, there is wrestling they enjoy a lot. And it's the exact opposite of what Cornette wants. It's stuff like Stadium Stampede. If you think video game mentality, that is what teenagers want.
So he's saying that we should book wrestling for people who don't like wrestling. That's what Russo was trying to do 20 years ago. So if I don't like golf, that means that the golf people should fucking change it to where you're allowed to spear the fucking guy on the green, and he has to make the goddamn drive from the tee through flaming tables or whatever, because that way people who don't like golf will watch golf. I would watch that, but it ain't golf. I would rather, if I was running golf, do golf for people who liked golf, because there are quite a few of those. There used to be a bunch of people that liked wrestling. They just don't anymore. But we should do more wrestling for people who don't like wrestling.
I have to say, Dave, at this point, if anyone brings up the idea that you would have anything positive to contribute creatively to modern wrestling, he feels the need to completely shoot it down. And this is all because you don't accept the Young Bucks.
Because we pretty much narrowed it down to the Young Bucks. All righty. What are you doing on your programs this week so we can talk about the program that the Young Bucks are just making the greatest thing it's ever been seen?
Another action-packed week for wrestling fans on the Arcadian Vanguard Podcast Network. Get information about all shows on Twitter at Superpodcasts or on Facebook, facebook.com/Arcadian Vanguard. This week on the Super Studcast for patrons of Ron Fuller Studcast at patreon.com/studcast, the Tennessee Stud looks at the way COVID-19 has affected professional wrestling, talking to a few different guests about how it's affected wrestlers, promoters, talent, an interesting look at the effects of COVID-19 on professional wrestling. Once again, patreon.com/studcast. Also want to make mention of the latest episode of the Mid-Atlantic Championship Podcast with Mike Sempervive and Roman Gomez. We are in 1982 with a week-by-week look at Mid-Atlantic Championship Wrestling. Interesting things happening with Roddy Piper, Jack Briscoe, Wahoo McDaniel, Sergeant Slaughter, and so much more. This is a fantastic look at one of the great territories of all time. Check it out today at midatlanticpod.com, available wherever you find your favorite podcasts. I want to make mention once again that Arcadian Vanguard is very proud to bring back wrestling news and wrestling review. We have more to come in 2021, but in the meantime, the Wrestling News Twitter account is open right now at Wrestling News AV. We're also on Facebook, same exact name, look for Wrestling News AV, and we're posting various photos from the archives of wrestling news, which of course also includes ring wrestling, wrestling review, so many photos, so many historic moments. We had the other day the memo that Paul Heyman sent to Norm Keitzer announcing that an interesting opportunity has come up and he will now be managing and doing commentary. He'll be managing the Motor City Madmen. You have to see these photos because nothing says Motor City like cowboy hats and bullwhips.
Hey, he sent me that picture when I was in Charlotte of him and the Motor City Madmen that he was going to be managing. But in the letter to Norm Keitzer, he also mentioned that Wrestling Press International will still be running because his two employees, Michael Snavitz-Favitz and, I don't know, Shelby Hotchkiss, I can't remember what their names were going to be doing most of the writing and publicity. Are those two people real? Have you ever heard those names before or since?
I've had several people ask me that, and I did find a different memo because the Paul Heyman file is massive.
As you would expect.
It's so filled with so much stuff. And
something like Heyman, filled with so much stuff.
One of the photos I previously put up with Heyman in it, the back of it said photo by Dick Simon. And I found another memo saying that Dick Simon was a pseudonym for another photographer. So there's some funny business going on with these names.
And Alan Smithy was also shooting a lot of those
Alan Smithy. Yeah. Well, check it out today. We're putting up stuff from the archives.
That's going to be really funny to the people who know where that name comes from.
Well, once again, on Twitter at Wrestling News AV, also on Facebook. Check it out today. And like I said before, more content to come in 2021. We're working on some stuff right now that I think is going to be really exciting for a lot of people. And of course, the 605 Super Podcast, the mothership!
You shall rue this day. But go on, start ruing!
Hey, for the holidays, someone get Jim a new soundboard. We need to keep things fresh. The latest episode in production right now should be out within the next couple of weeks. Go through the archive today at 605pod.com, available wherever you find your favorite podcast. And we're actually recording stuff right now for the anniversary show, which will be coming up in 2 episodes. And I think a lot of people are going to really want to hear some of what we're about to have on tape. Interesting stuff.
Yeah.
Revealing wrestling history like no one else can, the 605 Super Podcast.
We understand that at some point we're probably going to have Brian Last having a series of small strokes on tape that will... Anyway, speaking of having a series of strokes, okay, I figured it out. NXT is like homework. AEW is like detention. You don't look forward to either one of them, but one's more fucking burdensome than the other. NXT on October 14th, although they at least didn't start out with a 20-minute women's match this week. Usually they just forego the ratings war for the on the opening segment. I will mention that Vic Joseph looks like the groom on a wedding cake. Did you notice that? He's just so perfect. There wasn't a hair out of place. He looked like a fucking Ken doll. But the opening tag match was Roderick Strong and Bobby Fish. Where have we heard those names before? With Kyle O'Reilly in the corner. against Danny Burch and Oney Lorcan, the guys who crippled Ridge Holland last week. And I've got to mention, I even watched the Undisputed Era's entrance. I like the music. I like the different way that they do the boom thing, each one of them, whoever's featured. O'Reilly got the microphone and cut a promo. He has come so far. I was so proud of this guy because he was not a natural interview. And he doesn't have a Damian Priest voice, bass and intimidating. But here, he doesn't talk like somebody wrote this for him. It sounds like him. And he sounds like that he means what he says, and it's natural. And he's got that voice, but one of the Diaz brothers in the UFC, whatever. He's not exactly physically or verbally intimidating in that way, but he works like he can back it up. So I liked Kyle's promo. And then here comes Burch and Lorcan. And I've said that I didn't really see a lot in these guys. And I realized it's the people they've been in the ring with and the way they've been used. This is the perfect use for me of Danny Burch and Oney Lorcan, besides the fact that please help Oney with his fucking name. They're good workers. They're good athletes. They don't particularly have a lot of color or flash. But if you put them in with stars that are also good workers, you have good matches, and it makes Burch and Lorcan look better. Instead of putting them in with that, just other guys that either aren't as good of workers or even more bland than they are. Could you see that? I didn't mind these guys having a good quality tag team match against guys that I obviously know are main event guys. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, I actually expected that I was going to be alone on an island here. I thought Lorcan and Burch looked pretty good in that. I really thought Burch looked great in there. I really liked him working with these guys, but
see,
these guys are great workers.
They're just two bald-headed white guys that they're not even trying to fucking have any oomph. Their gimmick is that they don't have the oomph. I don't know. But this is the difference to me also between NXT and AEW. AEW may not have 4 guys on their entire roster that can work like Strong Fish, Burch, and Lorcan as professionally, as good quality. Now, that doesn't mean that Danny Burch is a bigger star than Moxley. It doesn't, because there's other factors. But NXT almost never looks like an amateur hour, except for the skits they do and some of the women's matches. So that's just a big difference. Anyway, this went through a break. I was just thinking, God damn it, FTR versus Fish and Strong would be so good. And Fish and O'Reilly were the team until just recently, but these guys are so good and they spent so much time together. They're interchangeable and they don't lose anything. They did twists and turns and back and forths in the finish, but it all made sense. Nothing was stupid. Burch and Lorcan hit that assisted spike DDT that looked stiff as fuck. When Roddy landed, he sold like he wasn't selling. And then Fish took Burch out, and Roddy hit a fucking knee lift on Oney Lorcan. Boom, 1, 2, 3. Best NXT opener I've seen in the last several weeks, as I recall, because usually their opening segment is a little bleh.
I thought it was good. I missed the first 5 minutes because for both shows, I forgot to set my DVR until 5 minutes into the shows. So I missed the first 5 minutes, but really good opener. Gave me some hope for this episode, which died pretty quickly.
Well, yeah. Well, and also they had some entrances and etc. that took up some time at the beginning, so you didn't see a lot of match. Unlike on AEW, we'll get there in a minute, where they just jump into things. But did you see the update on Finn Balor's jaw surgery?
Yeah, I saw a little too much, actually.
Yeah.
Of that. Jeez.
Fuck that picture. Fuck that surgery picture. I thought, okay, broken jaw. Jimmy Hart had a broken jaw, and he didn't talk and sucked through a straw for a while, but I never saw a picture like that. That, holy shit. So that NXT title is cursed, as you said. I thought, well, since and we found out as good as Balor and O'Reilly was, they were going to go a couple more minutes, and Finn obviously took it home early once he got his fucking head knocked off by that knee lift. But imagine how good it would have been. Anyway, that was gruesome, but that's good for the business, as they used to say. First time I got stitches in my face, all the boys were, it's good for the business. Anyway, the next match was Ashante the Adonis versus Jake Atlas. And Adonis works in blue jeans and sneakers, and immediately they started cartwheeling and flipping around, and I kind of zoned out on this match because they were just zoning. They were just cartwheeling and flipping, but Atlas got a small package and got the win. It wasn't long. And then the Lucha Suits, I'm going to call Escobar's Stooges because I can never remember their names, the Lucha Suits. The Lucha Suits attacked Adonis, the guy that Atlas had just beaten, and then Atlas saved him. But then Escobar came out. But here came Swerve in the ring with the chairs, and they didn't. Did you see anything I missed there?
No, I wasn't really crazy about this match, and I don't know. Anything with the Lucha Suits, as you're putting it, and Swerve, it's just a feud I don't care about. I haven't been big on the Lucha Suits and Escobar. I don't care about
Pablo.
This. I don't care about this.
If they had
feud.
Uncle Pablo with the heavy drugs, the whole thing might be more entertaining. Mr. and Mrs. Sameface did a backstage promo where they totally were not serial about what they were talking about. It's just so contrived, and they're just pretending to be annoying heels. And you can tell when all these guys and girls are pretending to be what they're supposed to be. Do they come off any more sincere to you than they do to me?
Oh, no, I'm not a fan of either one of them as promos. I think Gargano's had good matches, although in general, I find him boring. So I think a lot of it's about the person he's wrestling with. For me, I know a lot of people really like him. But no, these promos are terrible. I guess I like this better than them strolling down the street with an invisible cameraman that they don't notice. But again, I asked the question I asked last time. Is there a gimmick that they're the most annoying neighbors you've ever had? Like, what is this gimmick?
It is indeed the annoying neighbors or friends or people across the road or whatever. But this prefaced, boy, I'm telling you what, I may have a new favorite fucking wrestler. The next match was Johnny Sameface against Austin Theory. And I'm going to tell you right now, there is not a booker or a promoter in any of the territories at any point in time in history that if you put Austin Theory in the ring in front of them and said, can you push this guy and put him on top, they would have said no. Everybody would have used this guy. He's timeless. The thing about Sameface, he is a great technical wrestler. He just looks like he's in grade school and he's got absolutely no personality whatsoever. But Austin Theory passed the star test. He was stealing the show when Johnny Sameface was beating the shit out of him because he was selling for him. He sells, and he sells animatedly, and he sells like a heel. You could make this guy babyface because he's good looking, but he seems like he's naturally got it as a fucking heel. He's got stars shining off his forehead, the work, the physique, the facials, the body language, all the gaga. The guy looks like he's been working for 10 years. And he gets it. He's a left-handed southpaw even. But he's a freak. And remember, we've heard him cut the promo. He can talk. So I will watch everything this guy does from now on. And this was a hell of a performance. Whether he was selling for Gargano, then when he took over and got heat, it was a heel versus heel match. Which, they do so much in all these companies now. So it would have they probably were trying to get a fucking good match for Austin Theory, and they figured Gargano's a good technician. I would have put Theory over. Said, hey, get something out of this fucking guy, out of Gargano, by having him elevate this guy, because Gargano was a former champion. But of course, just as I was writing those things, Sameface hit a DDT, which Theory took an incredible bump on, and Gargano pinned him. It was a rotten result, but amazing performance by Austin Theory. If this guy doesn't get hurt, and if they don't sabotage him somehow with just rotten booking, There's no way this guy's not going to be a star for the next 20 fucking years. He's 22 years old. I would have built OVW around this guy because he was the same age as all the other guys I had. And I could have put him in the ring with guys like fucking Orton and Dinsmore and Basham. And, they would have, tell you, no downside that I can see to this fucking guy. And he gets it mentally.
Yet they have him doing a losing streak gimmick, which drives me nuts.
Well, because they're idiots, but, because the comedy writers don't understand, and the people who do understand don't want to tell them they don't understand. But anyway, yes, amazing. He can't talk like MJF. MJF can't work like this. And I'm not knocking either one of them when I say that. Theory is such an upper level worker for his age, and MJF is off the charts as far as verbally.
And he looks like a wrestler. I mean, that was the thing that really stuck out to me during the match. Watching him against Gargano, and I know a lot of people really like Gargano, and obviously he's talented in the ring, but he's a little guy. And I'm not trying to say that as an insult to people who are small, but when you see him in there with Austin Theory, it's like seeing Hacksaw Duggan in there with Mike Jackson. You know what I mean? Like one guy looks like a wrestler and another guy has to tell you, oh, I am a wrestler. And you'd have to go, oh, really? You? Really? But Austin Theory looks like a professional wrestler. And Mike Jackson was great in the ring. I'm not putting down Mike Jackson for his work, but I'm saying some people you see and you go, that guy's a wrestler. I get it. Austin Theory is in that category.
And the other people are there to be wrestlers and put the people over who look like wrestlers. Anyway, my new favorite guy, I'm going to watch everything he does. We'll see how long it takes him to fucking sabotage him. Or some video will surface of him with a fucking match with the Invisible Man. Anyway, the next match, the other half of the Same Face family, Mrs. Same Face, wrestled Shotzi Blackheart. You know what rule I invoked?
The Shotzi rule.
The Shotzi rule, you are correct. They had a brief backstage interview where Drake Maverick and Killian Dane, Drake still wants to team with him, Killian still doesn't. And it's so obvious that they're doing this on purpose that it just makes me mad. They're not even trying to be natural and do anything that anybody would half-ass kind of buy. You comment if you want to, or you might have taken a piss at that segment.
No, I'm not a fan of Drake Maverick. I've said it before, and I forget if their match was right after this, but I didn't care about the match.
It wasn't. It's cut. But first, there's a break. There's not a break. First, there's another match in between this and their match. The other match was Toni Storm versus Aaliyah with Robert Stone. Can you guess what I did here?
Oh, come on. You can't skip every woman's match.
Then you can't guess what I did here because I didn't skip it because Toni Storm is in it.
Okay, good.
And the fake ovation for her entrance was distracting. The thousands of people that aren't there cheering. But wow. She looks great. She's got a great gimmick where what she's wearing and how she dresses fits what she looks like her personality is. She looks like a star. She's got legs, not twigs. She's a beautiful blonde girl, but she's not the beautiful fake-faced, surgically enhanced type of blonde girl that works like they're afraid of breaking a fucking nail. She's not Mildred Burke, but she's good enough because she looks like that. She's beautiful, but she doesn't seem plastic. She's got some personality and some attitude. And she can do in the ring enough to get by. That's what, and that's just from seeing her in this match. She may even be better than that. I've seen her one time quite a while back, and I thought she looked like a star, and the same thing here. You can use this girl, and you can draw money with her because she's not, as I said, she's not Mildred Burke. She's not the greatest female athlete on the planet. She doesn't work like Charlotte, but she's fucking gorgeous and she's got personality. So I'll be excited to see what they do with her. Your thoughts?
I thought she looked really good. I get a kick out of Aaliyah I know every time we see her, she's getting her ass kicked. And I guess whatever that says about the Robert Stone brand, although Wade Barrett said that Robert Stone got him an extra 0 on his contract, so I guess the gimmick is that he's representing Wade Barrett too. I don't know if that was a throwaway line or why he would say that, but I get a kick out of Aaliyah. I think she's all right too. It's amazing how many top-notch women's wrestlers are coming out of Australia right now. Because, right, isn't Rhea Ripley from Australia?
Well, that's true. Yeah, there you go.
Tony Storm. Is Dakota Kai from Australia?
That's your department.
I'm going to look that up right now. But Tony Storm, they said she was from Australia too, right?
I believe she's from somewhere over there. Maybe New Zealand. Maybe
Dakota Kai's New Zealand, but I'm going to lump New Zealand and Australia in like we're going on an overseas tour for Steve Ricard.
Steve Ricard. And well, we'll switch the belt while we're over there and nobody will know about it. There's a lot of things happens over in New Zealand and places like that nobody knows about in the States. You're muted right now because elsewise you'd be fucking laughing. Anyway, the next match was Killian Dane and Drake Maverick against Imperium without Walter. And I can't watch the reluctant team thing because it's been so silly and the way that they've done it. But they, of course, no surprise, beat Drake Maverick. Then here comes Everrise and attacks Drake Maverick, and Killian Dane saves him. Who could have foreseen this? And said, nobody hits you but me. So it's, hey, little buddy, it's the Skipper and Gilligan. The fake crowd loved it. Your thoughts?
Drake Maverick rule. I don't like him. Don't give a shit.
Okay.
Didn't watch.
The main event, Damian Priest versus Dexter Lumis, who I have new respect for because Dexter Lumis' hometown is Recluse, Wyoming. So at least that's the best thing since Truth or Consequences, New Mexico. And I know Dexter has a good sense of humor because he puts our thumbnails that Travis does for us up when we talk about him as his profile picture on Twitter. But I believed Brian Pillman was crazy and had mental issues and was a loose cannon or potentially a psychopath, possibly on drugs, whatever. It's the attitude, not the spooky staring. And I've said it before, I'll say it again. I like Sam Shaw's work and his athleticism, and he's a big guy and his dedication. I don't like this gimmick. It's too slow and mono-face and just, it doesn't allow him to cut loose and be psycho. But they started with a lockup like men and struggled with it. They're both athletic guys, but they still worked like big guys, but they threw their shit in. I wish Dexter Lumis had more emotion and more facials and a multi-pace offense. But you were right last week with what you said. If anybody on NXT you can see on Raw or in a big main event match at WrestleMania, it's Damian Priest.
Yeah.
I did try to figure out why is it that the heels crouch down and when a babyface is getting up with his back turned and wait for them to get up and turn around and even encourage them to get up and turn around. You're a heel. Hit the guy from behind. So that's those little buzz killers that takes me out of shit. Maybe a babyface might be waiting to fucking hit a move when the heel turns around, but the heel ain't going to wait for a guy to turn around. And people will say, oh, well, that's so he can catch him in his move. Well, you dumb shit, hit him with a different move if his back is turned. You don't need to fucking hit him with your best move if the motherfucker doesn't even know you're there. The guys used to be able to work up where they could stagger up into something where the other guy was coming up or turning around or whatever, not this incessant wait on it until he puts himself in the right position for me to strike. Too fucking stagey. I did like the nip up into the leg drop that Lumis did. That was different. And I like Damian Priest so much. We put him over week after week after week because he's a grown man with bass in his voice and he looks natural. But this match did not tear the house down. And finally, Lumis gets Damian Priest in his fucking choke. And it was 2 hours into the show and my DVR froze. Who won? They went long. I didn't know they were going long these days. They haven't gone long in fucking a long time.
Yeah, I set my DVR too after I missed that first 5 minutes to record the rest of the show so I could watch it this morning as we are recording. Yes. And my DVR stopped too because it was not prepared for an overrun of NXT, which was unexpected, so I didn't see the end of the match either.
So who won?
All right, hold on. Let me look this up.
You've got to look at it.
I was hoping you knew. I was hoping you saw it. I was hoping you saw it. I was hoping you would know the result.
I didn't fucking see it. I couldn't imagine what the fuck had happened.
Okay, here's a...
I had to deal with Corky again today. Come back, do more tree work. I didn't have time to do research.
Okay, here's the results from Bleacher Report. Loomis found sudden momentum with a bulldog and spinebuster. He refused to stay down to any of the Archer of Infamy's devastating offense, even an ankle lock. The height of Priest saved him from the Katagatame.
What?
Katagatame into the silence. Is that the name of the move? The Katagatame?
I don't have any idea.
Is Into the Silence its own move, or is that
maybe that's no? Tojo Yamamoto's real name was Tanabe. That's right.
Well, let me continue with this. Cameron Grimes snuck in to sneak attack Loomis. Cameron Grimes snuck in to sneak attack Loomis, setting up the South of Haven by Priest for the win. Boy, can you guys start naming your moves after what the move actually is? Everyone has a cute name. The South of Haven by Priest.
That may be my fault too. Rocket Launcher, Double Goozle, Vegematic.
The NXT North American Champion gave Grimes the Reckoning for getting another name for these moves. As Priest celebrated, Johnny Gargano struck him with a steel chair from behind. William Regal announced that both Gargano and Candice LeRae would get title opportunities, but Shotzi Blackheart announced both match types would be determined. Oh my God, how did I miss this? With spin the wheel, make a deal.
Oh, good Lord.
They're bringing that back. I was there. I was at that pay-per-view in 92 in Philadelphia, the worst pay-per-view ever.
It is. How does Shotzi Blackheart start making matches here?
Well, she's in the
Regal's
commercials.
Assistant now?
She's a scary character. It's Halloween. She was in the Halloween Havoc commercials.
She's a scary character, all right. All right, so a bunch of shit happened to cloud the entire issue. All right. That was the end of NXT.
The Archer of Infamy. What the hell is that? Is that because he pretends to shoot a bow and arrow at the screen before?
Yeah, it must be what that. And that's another thing. Outlaw guys, everybody's got to have a nickname.
I'm glad they're getting archery involved with professional wrestling. I mean, I know you were a talented archer.
I was a talented archer when I went to summer camp when I was a young man. I got a certificate that said that I was a master archer, and I got a couple of ribbons and a patch.
Well,
AEW?
Speaking of patches, I wish someone would patch up this AEW show.
All right. They had time on this program to open up with the wide shot and the announcers doing the welcome and everything, and they had time to show Pip Sabian and Penelope Ford playing a video game, but then they joined the World Tag Team title match, the participants already in the ring. No entrances, just the intros. Let's sacrifice professionalism yet again this week to get into action, because they're in a ratings war. If you've made stars, their entrance won't lose anybody. Yes, on Monday Night Raw in the Attitude Era, Kai and Tai, we joined them in the ring with music playing, but stars got entrances because in a lot of cases, that was why they were stars, because people were more into their entrance than they were the fucking match. But let's just start out with these guys in the ring, no entrances. FTR with Tully against the Chuckle Fucks. I figured I would be more fair because I've tried good friends, good buddies, butt buddies. They're best friends. But really, Chuck needs to be in there. And, you know, he needs to be represented. And Trent, every time he teams with Chuck, he gets fucked. So I figure the team name should be Chuckle Fucks. It's a one fall 60-minute match. Did they just 2 weeks ago say we're going to start doing one fall 20-minute time limit title matches on TV?
Yes,
and fact. They did that once, and now this match was a one fall 60-minute, but it didn't go more than 20 minutes. So they could have done the same thing, couldn't they? Either would be fine. Can we just pick one?
Well, I missed the first 5 minutes. Was it that Justin Roberts announced it as being 60 minutes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. No, they went to no entrances, straight to the in-ring introductions after they showed Pip Sabian and Penelope Ford playing their stand-up video game. And so here, FTR again, watching Dax have to do spots with Chuck Amateur is disheartening. Excrement is all through this program would jump in, speed read his notes, and then limp out. It still sounds, because he's not going to get any better. It's been a year now. He's not going to get any better because he spent 20 years playing announcer, doing commentary over VHS tapes of their little fucking, hey kids, let's put on a show promotion, and he announces wrestling like a fucking fan in his basement. And he's learned too many bad habits. He can't sound any more legitimate or better. This is what we've got. FTR tried a double team move that Trent fucking just fell into the ropes and fucking collapsed on. It was going to be drop him on the rope, and there was Dax ready to give him the belly to back, but Trent hit the ropes and just went sideways. I don't fucking know. So then FTR soon after that went to the Midnight Express trademark drop toe hold elbow, which was our move that we would do. As long as you can fall down, the opponent cannot fuck this up. If we got an opponent that can fall down, the drop toe hold cannot be fucked up. Because you just got to shoot the guy off, and when you drop toe hold him, he falls down. That's why the Midnight would always go to that move whenever they were working with green job guys. I mean, we'd do it with top guys too, because it was a trademark move, but if we had the green job guys and it was not going to be a fucking flapjack or a double goozle or anything that required a lot of cooperation, it was going to be a drop toe hold elbow. FTR took over on Trent. It got better because they were controlling it, and Trent can work. He's just been buried by being partners of a hatchet-headed moron all this time. Dax did that incredible belly to back off the top on Trent. Vata bump. Trent bounced about 3 feet in the air. They do good shit. And then Taylor got the fucking tag and made a comeback that looked like a mark hit the ring, and the boys decided to sell for him anyway. They can't get anything going without getting this fucking amateur goof involved. And then the visual of it just drops. And he hits the ropes like Pockets and the little midget luchador, fake luchador. He hits the ropes the same way with his little twinkle feet and his little tickle. He grabs the middle rope with his left hand like he's tickling somebody's fucking ball sack. They started doing some of the Chuckle Fucks' teamwork, and it kind of went to shit. And did you see at one point, Taylor tried to do a outside-in sunset flip and barely cleared the ropes, kind of fell halfway over sideways over him. Then Cash tried to shoot Chuck Taylor off out of a fucking headlock, but Taylor wasn't sure whether he was supposed to go or not. Did you see that part?
Oh, yeah,
I shot him off.
Yeah, I saw.
And Taylor kind of started, and then he stopped. He kind of jogged, and then he picked up speed again, like, should I come back off? And then they did that arm yank, foot under the chin, suplex double team thing that just looks like a monkey fucking a football. I noticed that the announcing by Excrement was especially fan contest winner here. Trent reversed the next belly to belly or belly to back attempt off the top rope into a crossbody, which looked great, but it wasn't the finish. And then they went into countless false finishes. It went way too long and too many changes of momentum for FTR against a team that will never mean anything in the overall scheme of things. They continue to, all the top talent that they have is not allowed to look dominant over people that the fans can look at and see are, there at best. And having said that, I wrote this. Having said that, so far the best match that the Chuckle Fucks have ever had, and right then they had to fucking throw Trent through the fucking video game because they've got to do some more childishness. So
now, what are we supposed to think about that? Are we supposed to think that Kip Sabian, knowing that he's booked on this show, had an arcade unit brought in to the arena, and that while this match is happening,
girlfriend,
while this match is happening, and I think they were up next. If they weren't, they were pretty soon after this match. He's just over there playing video games.
Yeah,
this is so stupid. This is so stupid.
Well, after they threw Trent through the video game and broke it, then FTR brought him back in the ring, but then the Chuckle Fucks made another tag. And and they kept going and it wouldn't. And finally, FTR used a belt shot on Fuck Taylor while the referee overacted not seeing it and got the 1, 2, 3. Did you see what was wrong with this and how it should have been done properly with the referee not exposing the whole goddamn thing, or should I lay it out for everybody?
Well, the referee was blown at the whole match. Why have a referee if all four guys could be in the ring at any point and he does nothing to get anyone out of the ring? He just stands there. There were points he wasn't even counting. Wasn't even doing a 5 count. Just stood there. Like, I'll just wait until someone leaves. That guy's the worst referee. He looks like fucking the Grim Reaper from Bill and Ted. He's the worst referee.
This is the fucking reanimated corpse referee. The corpse ref. The bald-headed fucking hollow-eyed one. But here's what they were trying to do. And once again, since a lot of people watch the show specifically after I talk about it to hear what's wrong with it, go back and watch the end of this match. What happened was that one member of FTR was supposed to be up on the apron with the belt, while the other member of FTR went for the babyface went for a roll-up and fucking supposed to get crowned with the belt, and the referee shouldn't see it. Well, what the referee did, as besides overacting, was, if you go back and look at the tape, the referee's not in the right place. They didn't lay this out right. Either that or the ref just botched it, but I bet you they didn't lay it out right. The idea they were going for was that the referee would see the guys going into the ropes for a roll-up and think that they were coming back toward him, and to get out of their way, he would turn and walk to the side so that they could roll up past him. Well, that's the wrong way to do it anyway, but he compounded the fucking issue by dropping down to his goddamn hands and knees in the ring and covering his head up like a live grenade had been dropped at his feet, totally making it look like that he saw the guy about to swing the belt. Instead of that he was ducking out of the way of the wrestlers, it looked like he saw the guy about to swing the belt and covered his head up because he felt so bad for the guy that got his head caved in. So it looked like he saw the fuck when it was supposed to look like he didn't. Here's how it should have been done. The roll-up comes toward the ropes first. If the referee had his back toward the ropes and was watching the action in the middle of the ring, then the member of FTR with the fucking belt could get up on the apron behind the referee's back. Just then, the roll-up starts, and the guys are both running toward the referee who's standing in front of the ropes. At that point, he sees them coming, and he turns to the left to get out of the way before they run into him. And at that moment, when he turns left away from the guy on the apron that he doesn't know is back there and away from the guys coming toward him, the guy on the apron cracks the fucking babyface with the fucking belt. And the babyface falls when the referee turns back around from his momentary diversion, and he sees the fucking heel getting on top because he's obviously fucking done something to him against the fucking rope. That's what they were trying to do, but they didn't lay it out right, and then the referee performed it like shit to begin with. Anyway, that was the finish. So then FTR fucking leave, but here comes Miro, the Minnie Mouse-loving Bulgarian fucking video game player who Penelope Ford has run and got, and he beats up both Chuckle Fucks single-handedly. It just took the tag team champions almost 20 minutes, but Miro beats him up single-handedly. Because They broke the video game. Then they go to the break to settle things down. They come back from the break. We're not done yet. And they're in the middle of the introductions for the next match. Did you see that also, or was that a local cut-in on my cable company's part?
I think that's what I saw, too.
Okay, well, they're in the middle of the fucking introductions like they'd been on the air. We just didn't know it. They didn't know they weren't. And it's Miro and Pip Sabian against Sean Maluda and Lee Johnson. But at the start of this, it's to put Miro over. I'm going to let you go back and talk about the tag match, but this all is one flowing segment. This is to put Miro over as a brute. So they got these two little guys that he can beat up. The first thing Miro does is go to throw one guy out of the ring, but he stopped, and the guy went on with it and threw himself out of the fucking ring. And the announcer said he was so scared he bailed out. This is the first thing we saw. and then they put him over as a beast, as they should, but he's already been seen laughing, playing video games, and wearing a pink Minnie Mouse t-shirt. So it's a lost cause at this point to make him a monster. And Miro wins, and then Pip Sabian does the promo. You've gone too far. You broke, and he named his video game. What was it, Alan? You broke Alan. I loved Alan. And then Miro says, you broke my shit. They are actually doing an angle with the Chuckle Fucks over a broken video game. Give me this whole goddamn, your thoughts on this whole goddamn conglomeration we just talked about.
Hey, listen, as stupid as it is, that's exactly where the best friends belong, is in a feud with a couple of idiots. And I hate to call Miro an idiot, but he's been booked like an idiot since he's been in AEW. For everyone that gives WWE crap for how they book people when they get him in there, look at how AEW has handled Miro and tell me that he is in any way as effective as he should be right now. This has been a waste so far. But this is the feud they belong in. A feud over the guys. The guys who had a feud over the minivan are now in a feud over a video game named Alan.
Yes, and that's the problem, is we're going to get plenty of this fucking feud because the Chuckle Fucks and these outlaws have to be on 20-minute matches on every week's show, whereas MJF wrestles once every 6 weeks or so. Anyway, anything more about FTR?
FTR are great.
They're great, but I feel so sorry.
I really like their blue gear. I thought it looked really good. I don't know what the hell Tully does.
He pulled a leg in one spot. It wasn't the finish.
There are so many times you see him, he's just standing there. I'm not sure what he's supposed to do, but he has to do more than that.
Well, that's the thing. They've not given him anything to do, and I'm not saying he should interfere every goddamn 30 seconds, but all of the managers, all the legends that they bring in just wander around and do or say nothing intricate or that can't be really crucial to the story. They chime in words, but it doesn't make any difference in the overall scheme of things. Tully pulled a leg on a finish last week. They're just there, standing around doing nothing.
Yeah, the best is still Greg Valentine being flown in to sit in a crowd and watch the dog collar
and watch
match,
another match.
And then you never hear from him again or see him again. That one's the best. No, they clearly want to do something to honor legends, and they clearly have no idea what to do at all. And this has been time after time since the beginning of AEW. There are some people working there who are real geeks for wrestling, even though they certainly have applied none of the lessons of wrestling's past in the booking of wrestling's present. But they have no idea how to use any of these legends. FTR are great. Chuck Taylor's awful. I'm going to lump Trent Beretta or Solo Trent, whatever his name is, in with Chuck Taylor because they're both involved in stupid stuff every time they're on TV. I just don't care. They have go-home heat with me. The best friends have go-home heat with me. And I hate that they're in there with the best tag team. And I hate the idea that FTR they can have better competitive matches than anyone else on that roster, but they don't have to have a competitive match with every tag team they wrestle. But that's not just an FTR issue. That's everybody. Every match doesn't have to be a competitive back and forth with tons of near falls and everyone kicking out of everything. But it is every match. We ain't
there yet. We'll get there in a second. Lance Archer was in the back beating up Moxley. This time and then again later on, hats on hats, people. Hats on hats. It's like every fucking goof that used to fucking think he was the king of the indies suddenly is doing everything that they used to do in indie shows on national television because they haven't learned.
I like Jake in these segments, this one and the one later, just standing there. I mean, the other one, he just walks out of the way. This one, he's just standing there while this is happening. And then there's that big fat guy. I forget what his name was. I think he was the one that he tried to be the best man before the other two people that came out. He's just standing there ignoring these two guys brawling around him until Lance Archer hits him too. So silly.
MJF and Wardlow came out, did the in-ring promo. And that's before he even brought Jericho in the Inner Circle out. I said, he makes this look so easy. The promos, MJF, but we're forgetting he never wrestles on the program. You cannot explain to me why that he, for the past 3 months, has not had a 5-minute win every week on television instead of these incessant 20-minute fucking acrobat matches with the gymnasts that go the same thing over and over. Get one of your fucking guys over. He needs to win and he needs to talk. He never wins. He always talks. And they bring Jericho in the Inner Circle out, and here's the thing. The problem hit me with the Sammy Guevara jacket thing. If he had brought Sammy a jacket that fit, that looked like the rest of them, and Sammy had refused to put it on, and Jericho had forced you put it on, that would have meant something. But instead, it's a fucking 7X jacket that obviously looks goofy. The problem hit me that MJF and Jericho are so good at speaking and so good at being assholes like this and so good at pulling off material like this. They can't restrain themselves, or the booker, whoever's telling them whatever the fuck. They don't need the obvious comedy that tells us that they're working. It would have still been entertaining and serious if they just, Sammy, put the fucking jacket on, and he's got to, and it's an okay jacket, but he don't like. You're planting seeds that people will remember. He doesn't like fucking MJF. Is MJF coming in this group? Well, Sammy Guevara ain't gonna fucking like him. They've got legitimate heat. You can do things with stuff like that, but these fucking jokes and visual gags that people just chuckle at, they don't remember them fucking next week or after the segment's over with. And MJF worked the mutual respect angle and then finally had to be the one, well, what if we work together? And I wrote then, and of course he did the thing where he couldn't quite ask, but get it together, Max, whatever. He's entertaining with that, but it's still over the top. But him wanting to join the Inner Circle, here's what I'm going to say. This works and it's brilliant. If MJF ends up joining the Inner Circle, taking it over and kicking Jericho out of it and switching him babyface, that'd be a great fucking angle. But otherwise, I don't see how I'm going to like this. Because MJF had to be the one to ask, come with hat in hand. And then now MJF is going to be part of a group with an oversized canned ham in charge. MJF will get less TV time than he has. Unless it ends up that MJF was the smart one all along. Then I'm going to buy it. We shall see what happens. Next week, they're having dinner. What do you think?
I hated this segment. This was Monday Night Raw quality. Bad comedy. Cheesy delivery. I think the world of MJF is a promo. I don't like MJF doing comedy. I agree with what you said about Sammy Guevara and the jacket, because then it just became more comedy.
Yeah.
The visual of Sammy with the giant oversized jacket. I've seen other people opine that that's possibly where they're going, that he'll join the Inner Circle and kick Jericho out. Time will tell. Jericho is very talented on the mic, and MJF is incredibly talented on the mic. I have not enjoyed their segments together because it comes across like two guys just
having fun
with each other who clearly planned it out ahead of time. I don't like it at all. Chris Jericho's brand of comedy is idiotic.
Well, I think we can just roll our eyes.
So I don't like it. I mean, we'll see where they go with MJF. I mean, I'm not very optimistic about next week, the steak dinner with Jericho and MJF. I just like you said, this guy is not only a real talent, but someone who moves the numbers. He should be all over this show. He should be wrestling and doing promos. Instead, we get him now doing bad comedy. It's been now a couple of months with the campaign stuff, and now this. Anyone who gets attached to Jericho has been brought down, not elevated. They've been brought down to the level of bad.
Well, no,
comedy.
now be fair. It's not possible with Pockets. He couldn't have got any lower. That brought Jericho down.
Pockets, in and of himself, is a ridiculous gimmick and stupid. Jericho made it stupider by making the Mimosa Mayhem match and all this other crap. Jericho has become a comedy performer in 2020, and I don't enjoy it one bit. And he's a heel, and every babyface, I brought this up before, every babyface, everyone there is singing his song. Yeah. It looks so forced now, because the camera's on the people at ringside who are all the people who work for the company. It just feels so
because
forced.
They lucked into that audience participation thing, and now they can have no audience. So they've got to force it.
Awful. Just awful. Waste of MJF, waste of Wardlow. Jericho was on such a roll in 2019. He has lost all that momentum with me. He's back to being a bad comedy performer like he was in his last WWE run. I don't have any time for this. Garbage.
Speaking of time, I'll pick it up. Because we can pick up some time here. Britt Baker and Tony Schiavone were at a spa. And once again, I hate to do this, but because I liked Britt Baker and Reba. Of course, from what I saw of Speed Search on this, it was silly as fuck. And if this was the only silly thing on the show, then it might have been good. But since the whole show's silly, I didn't need any more silly. So I invoked the tooth and nail rule and zipped ahead.
I watched the first 30 seconds of it, and I realized just how silly it was going to be. And I said, you know what? After that last segment, there's no way I'm watching another segment of AEW comedy back to back. No way. So I fast-forwarded. I didn't see it.
But then we fast-forwarded right into for the TV title on their anniversary show where all the titles are defended. Sounded like a Nick Goulas Night of Champions where he'd grab belts out of his fucking dresser drawer and say, the Mid-America Tag Team title. We haven't... Yeah, anyway, Cody against Pockets. And Cody's blonde again now. I like the dark hair. God damn, he looks like
he got past the Dark Order, so now he had to dye his hair again. It's so stupid. Come on.
But I wrote, now Cody is going to stooge for this idiot. Nobody will tell Tony Khan that his favorite wrestler is a joke and will bury all of his top talent. I thought Cody had some pride. This right here, this is why I would not take money to be a consultant. If I got paid one time to do anything related to this television program and then I watched this on it, I would fucking get mad and I would quit. Because I wouldn't want my name associated with something of this nature. So they started to have a match. Pockets turned his back to him. Wouldn't acknowledge him, ducked a lockup, put his hands in his pockets. And already the whole thing's a joke, because why would you turn your back on Cody? And didn't put him over. It was just blowing him off. And then they locked up. And the announcers made a big deal out of Orange Cassidy locks up. Fuck. Cody got to go behind. Pockets slipped his arms in and put his hands in his pockets. And I wrote at that point, because everybody was waiting for me to just take this thing apart, and I hate to disappoint everybody, but here is what I wrote. I have too much respect for Dusty Rhodes to watch his son stooge for this fake fucking idiot half his size. It's a complete disgrace to the wrestling business. Good day. And I fast-forwarded. And I fast-forwarded to the end of the fucking match, and I'm going to spoil the finish now. They went 20 minutes Broadway, and Pockets had Cody down for a 2 count at the bell. This was worse than Harley Race having to go an hour with George Goulas in Nashville. That if Cody wanted to do this, the owner of the company should have talked him out of it. If the owner of the company wanted Cody to do this, Cody should have told him he was out of his mind. Arn Anderson, Tully Blanchard, one of the many veterans. Somebody should intervene and stage an intervention. This was insulting. It was worse than Tony said sell to Pockets Goulas. Did you watch this whole thing?
For the most part. I looked away a few times, but I didn't.
Was there anything that I missed that I should have seen to change my opinion of my little dog Pockets?
I don't think so. I mean, at this point, we've seen the entire act. I know you don't like that word, but I'm sorry, it works here.
Well, no, it works here. We've seen everybody's act because it's all just the same shit they do. Because they came from a world where they just went from rec center to rec center doing shit for different people and not on television. So they didn't have to do anything else.
Yeah, we've seen his whole act. He's nonchalant, he puts his hands in his pockets, he doesn't take things seriously, and then all of a sudden, middle of the match, he shows you he can do something. It's not special. It's not special anymore to me. I don't know what other people think.
He still looks like he looks like. So whether he can do shit or not, just because you can cut your own ear off doesn't mean you're Van Gogh. Just because he can do something doesn't mean he should. Immediately after this, Moxley and Archer are in another stagey fake backstage pull apart. And that's where I wrote, good God, this show is booked in a state home. People are fucking put away for the good of themselves and others in homes that are financed by the state. And they sit around and come up with shit like this. Matt Hardy did a promo. Matt Hardy, who has never left, is returning. He's not been off one television after he said, I'm going home to get better after they almost killed him. He's not been off one television show, and now he's returning to wrestle because he's healthy and cleared. And while he was trying to announce this, the video on the screen jumped the gun and interrupted him before he fucking said the things he needed to say. So it was Sammy Guevara burning pictures of Matt Hardy and cutting a promo. And then Matt had to say the stuff he was supposed to say beforehand afterwards, and the whole thing fell flat on a plate full of piss. Is that about the way you saw it?
I cannot believe they're going back to Matt Hardy versus Sammy Guevara.
Yeah,
I figured something. When they're burning the photos, I'm like, oh, what are they going to do? Brody Lee? Like, who would be doing this? And then when I saw it was Sammy, I said, come on. This feud, like, why would you go back to this? Why would you go back to this?
I figured it out. Because Rebby Hardy has taken out a large life insurance policy on Matt Hardy. And we're going to find out that she's been working from behind the scenes to get Matt to work with Sammy Guevara as much as he possibly can, because eventually Sammy's going to fucking kill him. And then they had an in-ring drawing. Next week, there's going to be a 4-way tag team match to determine the number one contender that will face FTR for the title at the Full Gear pay-per-view. I thought they had statistics and won-loss records to determine the number one contender, but they're going to put 4 of these fucking outlaw teams in a goddamn clusterfuck next week. And
boy, when you look at all those teams lined up on the stage,
yeah,
it's a pretty sad state of affairs with the AEW tag team division. And that's not even accounting for the booking of the division. Just who's in it.
Just who's in it. I mean, you could look, but they brought to the ring, they picked Private Party, 2 Dork Order jobbers, the Fishmonger and the Meat Gentleman, and Balding Buck and his brother Buck Hogan. And so they all get in the ring, and Balding Buck tries to take the microphone and start an intimidating interview. And then they super kicked the other guys, and they did some fake shit to people, and they tore up the ring and had a hissy fit and bumped the heels out, and then super kicked Private Party to show that they're unstoppable and they have no friends anymore because they're super serial about their wrestling now.
So who's the heel in this program?
Who knows? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Even Private Party didn't know that they were heels because they fucking fist bumped them and then got super kicked. Meanwhile, FTR was trying to get out of there quick, but the most unprofessional. Well, I think the Balding Buck is probably the most unprofessional.
Wait, what?
Balding Buck is probably the most unprofessional because he's the one that does all the flippy fucking flying shit. The other one just doesn't sell anything. Okay, it's a fucking crapshoot. But either one of them hit fucking Dax with something. He had to take a halfway bump. I don't know what you like, Balding better than Buck Hogan or what?
I think Balding is better in the ring. High spots or no high spots, he's better. He seems more natural in the ring. He sells a little bit. That little 10 seconds or 30 seconds he was on the mic, he's clearly better than his brother on the mic. Whose little tough guy act is just awful. His brother, I'm telling you, I said this a long time ago. I want you to think about it. If you shaved his head down the middle, he looks identical to Marty Gorman.
Marty Gorman. Yep, I can see it.
He's got the
and that's
Marty
hilarious
Gorman face.
To me and Brian and 3 other people listening to this right now.
But
how frustrating must it be for some of these grown men to have to put these middle-aged middle school kids over? And bump and fly for their fucking shit.
You know, I just wish we could take from NXT and AEW and form a new promotion. Because there are guys who look like wrestlers and guys who are wrestlers. You got FTR, you got MJF, you got Austin Theory, you got Damian Priest. Unfortunately, in either company, both guys, or all these guys, are surrounded by a sea of mediocrity.
They're not that good. It's a sea of unprofessionalism. It's a sea of circle jerkers out to tickle each other's taints because they think they're stars and they want to do a wrestling spoof because that's the way they get over. And it's the same amount of people watching this shit as it always is.
When AEW started, I was hopeful for an alternative to WWE. Now I want an alternative to AEW.
Ring of Honor.
Yeah, I guess.
And the problem is they're in a complete lockdown bubble and the show is so antiseptic, but at least they're trying to put out a baseline and fucking just give people some good quality fucking sports.
Hey, I'll tell you, AEW is basically the entire Ring of Honor roster minus the Briscoe brothers from, 2015 or whatever. I would fire all the commentators and hire Ian Riccoboni and Caprice Coleman.
Well, but that would make a lot of sense. Anyway, real quickly, the next match for the ladies' title, Sheeta versus Swole, tooth and nail rule, bitches. I know you watched this thing because you had a morbid sense of curiosity because we've both acknowledged that Big Swole is possibly the worst wrestler, man or woman, currently on television. What did I miss here? I wasn't going to watch this shit.
You really lost out. Big Swole is a level of terrible that is enjoyable to watch because it's clear that AEW, and I said it from the beginning, just because WWE is a women's division doesn't mean every wrestling company needs a women's division. And I didn't think AEW had enough talent to justify having a women's division. I still feel that way, more so today than I did before the pandemic. Big Swole has no business being on a national television show right now. She is so bad in there. Even Sheeta, who's one of the better AEW workers, was lost. This match was a lost cause, but it was one of those ones you have to watch. Because it's, like I said, Big Swole may be the single worst wrestler in the entire business that's on national TV.
I almost wish I hadn't deleted this now.
She has no business being on that show. This match was a train wreck. I dare anybody. There are people who listen to these reviews and they go, oh, Jim's being too hard on this match. Oh, Brian hates everything. I dare someone to tell me they watched this match and it wasn't god-awful.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Late breaking news. Uncle Dave has tweeted again. Big Swole has been added to the Hall of Fame.
No. Listen, I'm willing to put money on the fact that even Dave will say this match was a train wreck. This match was a disaster. This was the anniversary show of AEW, and they put the least qualified women's wrestler in there against their world champion, and the match completely fell apart. This was really, really bad. With that said, I will be violating the tooth and nail rule to watch Big Swole matches because it's enjoyable bad to me. I don't even know how to compare it to anything else. It's so bad that I can't look away. because I don't want to miss any of the awfulness.
Okay, we're going to make you the special Big Swole correspondent.
I accept.
From now on.
I accept.
If one of us has to fucking bite the bullet, it'll be you.
I accept. I wish you could see this match. It was so bad.
It's deleted off my DVR. It will never be seen again. One more match, main event time for the AEW Championship. All the matches have been for a title, but for the AEW title, Lance Archer versus Stone Cold John Moxley. Lance Archer's entrance, immediately this thing got off on the right foot. His entrance is made by, he throws a production crew man through the fucking supposed plate glass of his entrance that's supposed to shatter. He does every week. He comes out the entranceway having attacked a crew member or beaten somebody up and throwing them out at somebody's feet. No, he doesn't. He doesn't do that for real. He doesn't attack people, innocent bystanders, every week and get away with it with no repercussions. You're telling me from the time I see this guy that this is stupid and it's bullshit and it's not real and not be taken seriously. And when the announcers buy it, they sound stupid. You notice JR kind of, well, what in the world happened there? And got away from it. But I know not to take any of these people seriously when I see something like that. It's mark booking from people who were never taught how to write, book, manipulate, choreograph, or whatever phrase you want to use, wrestling to be believable. It's just a joke to these people.
Does he get fined $5,000? Does he get fined $5,000 every time he does this like the Young Bucks do?
Of course not. Or they'd mention it. Yeah. And nobody believes that anyway, because the Young Bucks would be walking around like Gorilla Monsoon with 10 grand in their pocket. Gorilla Monsoon walked around with 10 grand of cash in his pocket because he might need to buy something sometime, and nobody was going to fucking take it away from him. You think the Young Bucks are walking around on the street in California with 10 grand in their fucking pocket and nobody'd take it away from them? Grade school kids would have them hung upside down with their toes stuck in their ears. Anyway, so Lance Archer comes out, and what they have him do kills the whole goddamn thing to begin with, because it's just stupid, and it especially wouldn't happen every week. One time and leave it alone, maybe that. All right. Here comes Moxley. He's so far outside, he's all the way inside again. He goes from inside to outside and back to inside, walks a fucking mile, gets in the ring, the bell rings, and he hits his finish for a 2 count. That's the opening move of the match. What the fuck? And they've also, after the previous 2 fights in the back that were stagey and unrealistic, they've made this a no DQ match. Of course they did. Because they got a champion that can't have a fucking match with rules in it, because all he knows how to do is this outlaw death match bullshit. Good God, Ian Rotten should have done a run-in. They make it a no disqualification match. They're on the floor within 30 seconds, bouncing each other off the guardrails. Moxley does a dive. Sloppy brawl endlessly around the arena. In capital letters, I wrote, same as every match Moxley has. They go to the break. They come back from the break, and guess what? Same as in every other fucking Moxley match. This guy worked for a major promotion, learned absolutely nothing, went back to his mud show roots as soon as he got free. No wonder they fucking didn't keep him from leaving. In the break, they have set up 2 tables ringside, perfectly aligned with each other. Of course they have, but they don't use them yet, but you know it's coming. Garbage wrestling on national television. At least Lance Archer's forearms look good. Moxley's look like shit. But it was the same awkward, strong style indie outlaw match that guys have and Moxley had. Then Moxley goes out and puts 3 chairs in the ring. Why, you ask? Should you need 3 sledgehammers to beat a guy? He threw 3 chairs in the ring because he gets one and he hits Lance Archer with it. And then while Lance Archer is laying there, apparently unconscious, instead of trying to beat the guy and get out of the fucking fight with his title, Moxley sets up 2 chairs next to each other with the seats butting up against each other so that he can pick Lance Archer up and give him a Death Valley driver on these chairs. Outlaw garbage bullshit wrestling. You don't set furniture up in patterns and then drop a guy through it. If you've got a chair, hit him over the head, knock him out, and beat him. You make the furniture surprises out of nowhere. Instead of setting it up and waiting for 10 minutes to see somebody take a bump through it, they take a bump through a table. It's at ringside because a timekeeper's sitting at it. Fucking hell. Garbage matches. So he could do the Death Valley driver on, but Lance Archer comes out of it and chokeslams Moxley on the chair seats, which they immediately flew over instead of bending because he hit them sideways or whatever the fuck. It's garbage wrestling on national cable. Archer gets a trash can out from under the ring and hits Moxley with it. Moxley ball shots Lance Archer and then DDTs him off the apron of the ring through both of the tables. I wrote at that point, this match is almost everything wrong with modern wrestling all in one match. But then after that bump, where Moxley DDTs, that's his finish, his double arm DDT, DDTs Archer off the apron of the ring through 2 tables onto the concrete floor, throws him back in the ring. Moxley gives him another fucking DDT, and Archer kicked out of the goddamn that finish after the fucking big one through the tables, then got up and gave Moxley a DDT, and then picked him up over his head at arm's length and gave him a big razor's edge bomb deal, all after getting DDT'd through 2 tables to the floor. But after the razor's edge bomb deal, where he picked him up and gave him the razor's edge flat down on fucking Moxley's head, it's okay that Archer didn't sell the DDT because Moxley took Archer's big move and didn't sell it a goddamn second. And as soon as Archer rolled over and covered him, he fucking rolled Archer over 1, 2, 3 after taking that bump. Absolutely stench-ridden, rotten match. Horrible. Moxley is the biggest media creation, the biggest tall tale that's ever been told. This guy knows nothing about how to have a fucking wrestling match, except if he's in a rec center somewhere in front of 200 people. And that's pre-pandemic, the kind of crowds they drew. He learned nothing in the WWE. He learned nothing from being around all those big stars. He comes back here and all he can have on this television is garbage indie-style matches where everybody looks like an idiot. Am I seeing something wrong?
You're out of touch, old man. Go back to 1985. This is wrestling today. This is the next level. How could you criticize Moxley, what he does in the ring? He's the AEW champion. The people love him. He comes through that crowd. The people go crazy.
He comes through what crowd?
Well, there would be crowd there. It's not their fault there's no crowd there. He comes through the invisible crowd. He gets in that ring, hits that double arm DDT.
Why can't he just fucking get his own locker room with a security guy? Get Pat Malone to watch the door of the locker room so Moxley can dress in the locker room instead of having to dress out in his fucking minivan out in the parking lot, so he can come down the entranceway. God damn, this guy must have an ego like fucking Steven Seagal, that he's that goddamn badass martial arts expert, and really he's a fat fuck with fucking painted black fucking balding hair. Because I don't know who the fuck Moxley's seeing when he looks at himself in the mirror. But fucking hell. And then Eddie Kingston had been doing color, and his crew of heels hit the ring and hit Lance Archer, the heel, with a chair. But Lance Archer didn't sell it. He just stood up and he and Jake left, and then Kingston choked Moxley out. Moxley finally stayed down, though. The fuck? Archer picked him up, gave him that razor's edge bomb, and he hit bam! And by the time Archer can cover, Moxley just rolls him over. No problem. Didn't fucking rattle my fucking cage at all. This is goddamn abysmal. It just...
The show's gotten worse. You know, like there were weeks early on, or even earlier this year, where even though there was stuff I really didn't like on this show, there was enough stuff that was okay that I kind of look forward to watching it and see what was going to happen. I dread watching this show now. Because even the guys I thought were good are now doing bad comedy stuff. They've got FTR. They've blown it so far with FTR. Miro is a guy I've been waiting for someone to do something with. He's now in there. He's a jerk-off. They got guys playing video games in the crowd, which replaces Britt Baker sitting in the crowd on a forklift, whatever the hell that was. There's bad comedy in multiple segments. Moxley, I hate his in-ring work. He's a great promo. They have lots of great promos. Eddie Kingston, Moxley, Cody's all right. Half of these guys don't talk every week. MJF's never used. Jericho's become a complete joke. They're pushing the best friends at Orange Cassidy more and more. I really have gotten to the point where I don't want to watch this show anymore.
Hey, and that's a lot of people have said, well, Cornette, if you don't like the show, why don't you watch it? Why do you watch it? Why don't you not watch if you don't like? I'm grudge watching this show because we were lied to. We were promised a sports-based presentation, a fucking wrestling fans' dream promotion where all the best wrestlers would congregate and have a wonderful fucking show on national television. Instead, we've got the fucking Tony Khan Amateur Hour, and I'm not going to let them forget about it. I'm not going to let Uncle Dave forget that he's hitched his wagon to this fucking band of merry misfits.
You're watching this the way I was watching that show Vinyl, where I would hate watch it.
There you go. And I knew you didn't like it because you knew the music business. I liked it because I've never actually worked in the music business. I just like to kibitz. But you, having an insider's look, hated Vinyl. Well, I got an insider's look at this, and I fucking despise it. And I'm not going to let them fucking forget what they promised us and what they're delivering us is two different things. And I'm also not going to let anybody forget that more than a year ago, I predicted exactly what we're looking at. I said they couldn't play it straight. I said they would hire all their friends and relatives. I said they would make it the whole fucking show a joke. And lo and behold, the prophecy has come true. And Uncle Dave might not like to remember that, but it's on tape. And just like my goddamn Booker of the Year awards that his publication bestowed upon me, he can't act like they ain't there. Just because he's changed his mind about what's good or not, depending on who's paying him and who's reading his fucking newsletter. So there you have it.
If you had only pushed the Young Bucks, you would have still been with it.
I pushed him as hard as I could, straight out the door into a waiting cab. All right. Do you have any closing thoughts?
I have the ratings.
You have well, let's close with those.
NXT, 651,000. AEW, 826,000.
So that's about 175 this week. So 150, 175. That's where it's been.
Yeah.
NXT doesn't get any bigger, doesn't get any smaller. AEW doesn't get any bigger, doesn't get any smaller unless one of the shows ain't on. And then the floaters go to the show that is on.
NXT does itself no favors.
No, I really think not they're an exciting show to watch.
No, they're in a position where if they just had, I don't know, a couple months of really good, exciting television, they could probably get a whole bunch of new people to watch them. Or a whole bunch of people who aren't watching them to watch them.
Yeah.
But instead, AEW is a train wreck where you don't know what's going to happen next. You know it's going to be silly, but a lot of people like that. Or some people like that. NXT, it's hard for me to imagine there are diehard NXT fans who can't wait for this show. You're basically just waiting to see when guys are going to leave.
That's too strong. I think there are diehard fans that like some of these guys and are willing to watch some of the other stuff on NXT to see those guys because it's always the same number, give or take. Just like the other show, there are diehard fans that like to watch these individual shows, and the people that float around are the less committed, and the people that ain't there at all are the ones who are telling them, guess what? Neither one of these shows is real great. But it is what it is. They ain't picking up nothing, neither one of them. Because why would you? If you didn't already like this shit, they've done nothing to make you like it. Either side. but NXT has been more professional while they've done it. So we'll see what happens next week. And in the meantime, we're also going to see what happens this weekend on the drive-thru when we do a variety of great programming that we haven't figured out yet.
That's right.
Would you like to say goodnight, Brian?
No, I would not.
Very good. Well, in that case, then, for Brian, I'm Jim. Thank you for listening to our extended version of the news, CNN, the Cornette News Network. And until next week, thank you, fuck you, bye-bye, everybody, and good night from London.